this is all shaped properly.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How's yourself?
Yeah, I'm right.
What do you want to chat about today? What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to chat about how France, they won't give them any IFVs.
Right.
I'm a France player and I enjoy playing France quite a lot. And I don't like to babble on about how France is not that good anymore. But it would be nice to at least see one.
What suggestions would you like to see, or what specific ones would tickle your fancy?
Well, having a quick look, they have quite a lot. So the recent new one I saw was called the Next VBCI, which is basically just what the TAM2C but with an autocannon on it.
Yeah, that one got past the devs recently, actually. That and its like upgraded brother, basically, which is the one that a lot of people point to as interesting to see. So you might see that at some point.
It might be finally happening. But as a whole, a lot of smaller nations, so like China, Sweden, Italy, Japan, and that, they do often. I think, obviously, guys, you need to keep introducing new things into the game to make money because they're a free-to-play game.
Yeah,
that incentive, and I understand that quite a lot. But I think every so often they need to go back and just do like a bit of a revamp, because it appears that they've forgotten about some of these smaller nations recently, especially with the widening of the BR brackets.
Are you talking like specifically at top tier, or are you just talking in general?
Quite a generalized thing. So across all BR brackets, so we start with France at very low tier. It's impossible to play. It's not impossible, but it's extremely difficult for newer players.
Yes, I agree.
So these smaller nations can really easily turn away new players, which isn't what Gaijin want. They obviously want a lot more players coming in.
Yeah.
But as you work up your way through quite a few of these smaller nations as well.
We can take questions from chat between topics.
With China only will China be getting 11.0? They haven't got one yet. France's 11.0 to declare is, in my opinion, okay, but I don't like how the arm was not modelled correctly on it, which makes it difficult.
Right.
So I think, although they won't do this because it's not how they're really built, I would like to see Gaijin go back and just take a look at some of these small nations, just not even add anything new, but sort of just tweak and fix a little bit.
Right.
Because they do appear to have been forgotten.
Well, the interesting ones, at least for me, when it comes to that stuff. So we know a new Leclerc's coming. It was one of those vehicles that was leaked a few months ago to come. So that's going to happen. We know that. With that said, we have the EBR coming this update. So at least there's that. We've got what are the other things? We've got like Italy are getting like the Dado with the different turret. I think it is. Then there's a few other things that are coming in. Like every nation this time is getting every nation's getting a vehicle, right? But would you just want them to kind of like increase the amount that they're throwing in for minor nations? Maybe forget about the major nations for a few updates. Would that be the idea?
I think they need to keep giving major nations new stuff, and I don't want to see them sort of step back with that, because that's how they keep going. If the world if everyone had as much money as they'd like, so we could do whatever we wanted, it would be nice for them just for a few updates to just focus on the smaller nations, as you said, and just give them where they're lacking.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like I've always, one of the things that I've always pushed for is, I call it parity, which is kind of true, but it's like the idea that everybody should have at least similar vehicles at similar BR brackets, right? So you can always make a lineup no matter what nation you're in. And I like the idea of that as a concept. And I'm really worried that now, even with a new nation coming in, which is probably going to be even more minor than, you know, France and other nations like that, we're going to have another increase in disparity when it comes to, you know, the vehicles that are there.
Something I'd love to see with Israel, and an idea which I was thinking of. So, Israel have been sold vehicles by different countries.
Yes.
So we're going to see a tremendous amount of copy and paste from a lot of different countries, which makes, as I've seen you saying quite a lot, means we can't do it like they've done South Africa with Britain, because it would make one country significantly overpowered. But if they were to do a system where you could, Israel is a separate tech tree in itself, but you could take the vehicle which has been exported to Israel from that certain country and put it into your lineup. So say you were playing France.
Hey, Sinise, nice to see you.
Top tier aviation.
Yeah.
And Israel have a few Mirages. If you could take that Israel Mirage and put it in your French lineup, but only the French lineup, because that's who gave it to them, as a booster, as well as being able to play Israel by itself, I think that would incentivize people to grind Israel while also not making one nation completely overpowered.
Yeah, there was actually an idea, it might have been the last time we did this, or maybe the time before, but someone was talking about a flexible tech tree. So the idea that you can grind through it, but then you can take the vehicles from that nation and you can add it to lineups of other nations. So the kind of like multi-layered, you know, tech tree. So anything you do in that vehicle grinds towards that tech tree, but at the same time, if you want to, you know, play it, you can play it with different lineups. So you don't need whole lineups for the nation. I thought it was kind of a cool idea. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think that would help quite a lot. Cause I think people are often drawn away from the minor nations because they don't have the best lineups and it's tricky. Yeah. So only veteran players want to go for them. And a lot of them suffer with repair cost issues.
Yeah, so, I would agree with you. Yeah.
I think the France 7.0, 6.7 to 7.3 sort of area is incredibly expensive to do. And I think they should have changed that because the vehicles are spectacular, but I think they just need to take a review at the whole repair cost problem. Right. Because as someone who's played the game for a while, it doesn't affect me as much as it affects other people. So my friend recently started playing the game. Yeah. And he, after a month of playing, he really enjoyed the game, but he just physically couldn't play anymore because he was struggling for silver lines so much, trying to grind through Germany. Which is like a big nation which draws a lot of new players in.
Yeah, so, definitely.
And he hadn't been using boosters properly, which didn't help, but he was just unable to play the game anymore because of the economy problems he was having. And it wasn't even... I just think if he started with a minor nation, I don't think he would have played the game anymore. And that might just be a singular case, but...
Oh, I'm sure there's many people who are like that, you know. Yeah, I mean, the simple thing is, you know, people like us, I mean, I don't know how long you've played, but obviously I've played for a long time. The stuff that, or the way I'm going to play the game and the SL I've got is, you know, going to be completely different to a new player's. And I mean, a lot of the SL I got over the years, or at least I call it like my foundation, was made in aviation, right? So if you go straight into tanks, which I'm guessing most people do, then they're going to have a bit of a rough time. But yeah, I don't really know how to... I don't really know how to solve that, at least right now, apart from basically saying to people, like, you know, premium's 50% off at least twice a year. You know, you can grind out the events and get it for free, and then, you know, like turn off auto repair and buy stuff at 50%, you know. But even then, that's not like perfect solutions, right?
Yeah. So a second smaller point that I wanted to touch on was minor nation naval and helicopters.
Right.
I'm not the biggest pusher in the game for naval because I personally don't enjoy it very much, but I know a lot of other people do, and they like to see some of these small nations get their navies. As well as that, the push for helicopters for a lot of countries, I think at this point we're getting to the point where people only want helicopters from a certain nation because other nations have it and they don't.
Yeah, definitely, and it supplements ground lineups, right? Like that's the main thing, and yeah, that's pretty much it. The naval stuff is a little bit different, but yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, because Italy getting their helicopters, their helicopter tree is shocking, and I know it's a cool thing to give a nation helicopters, but I think they did it as more of, I'm going to call it a political move, although it's not political, more than anything else.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think, is it China that people are trying to push for helicopters to be brought to?
I think, at least for me, what I would like to see is I'd like every nation to get helicopters that don't have them right now. But the Chinese thing, they actually said that was it 2019, like late December 2019, that they were working on Italian and Chinese helicopters. So now that Italian helicopters are in, people are going, well, where is the Chinese ones, right? So it's based on what Gadget said in the past. In they did like a news post, or they did an interview at the end of 2019, and they were like, "Yep, we're working on this, and this, right?" So yeah, I think people are just looking forward to that stuff.
Yeah, one thing. This is just a pet hate, not pet hate, but something I dislike, and this is just
pet peeve.
Pet peeve, yeah. The first French helicopter you get is 8.0,
yes.
and you have to grind to the Alouette. But Germany, when their first helicopters already Alouette, and I understand why, because Germany didn't have. But
it's annoying, right?
It is a bit annoying. I think helicopters are a cool thing to have, they're a cool feature to have in the game.
Yeah.
And I think we just need to leave them for a bit, because every so often you'll be playing top tier and you'll be killed by a fire and forget missile a couple minutes into the game, and then you don't want to play anymore. And I think the power creep problem brought on by helicopters and not having, especially, I'm incredibly nervous about these higher and higher tier jets we're going to be getting soon, especially with the guided bombs. The fact that you might not even be able to see the thing that's killing you anymore, and I understand that's realistic for war in the real world, but we do have to remember a little bit that we are playing a game. As much as we want to make it realistic, it also needs to be playable. I
don't think to me, like, I don't think the guided bombs will be too bad. I'm going to be honest with you, because you still need momentum to use them, and you need to target, and then you need to hit, and you got to do all these things, and AAs are really strong at top tier, so I'm not worried about them. But I tell you one thing which is getting nerfed, which does cause the problem that you're talking about, at top tier, is the Mavericks. You've basically nailed it without saying it, and luckily they're getting nerfed next patch, so it's pretty much as simple as that. And it definitely sucked playing against those things. But once again, I think instead of kind of letting it like lie where it is right now, and you know, you talked about like the expansion of nations. I think right now, just like always, what should be worked on is trying to get each nation up to the same standard and then push forward, right? Because there's a lot of nations right now that aren't at the standard of other nations, and it just makes them a lot harder to play, like you said. Like going back to like the French thing, right? Which is basically that.
Yeah, I think the biggest show of that in the French tech tree is how the FAE Crusader 2 in the French tech tree only gets missiles. And I don't know whether or not that's historically accurate. But the fact that it doesn't get bombs and rockets or anything else like
the
same FAE in the American tech tree get. So I think I have no push whatsoever to try and get that plane.
Yeah, it's definitely more of an air superiority thing. But yeah, it is historically accurate, unfortunately. The French used it in a much more fighter way instead of a multi-role like the Americans did.
I was just having a look through the squadron vehicles, and squadron vehicles are a brilliant idea because it gives people something else to do and also a side thing. So eventually, at some point, you'll have a brilliant feeling when you've unlocked your squadron vehicle, which you've been working on for a very long time.
Yes.
But I think especially with higher and higher tier event vehicles coming in, so the F4F early, and then in Germany ground, you can also get a 10.7 tank, which you can buy immediately. I dislike the idea strongly of having top tier premiums, and although they're not premiums, it's the ability that someone with enough money can instantly get into the top band of the game without learning it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really dislike it as well. For many years, I pushed for a system where basically in order to buy a premium, you need to research either a vehicle below it, like in rank, or the same rank before you're able to buy it. Because I agree, I don't like... I've been coming up against it a lot the last few days, like playing about... like 993, 97 aviation. There's so many premium planes around right now. And it's very annoying seeing a tool which is very powerful get used by donkeys.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of, you have to have the rank to unlock the vehicle as a premium, because I think, although it's not a problem at all ranks, especially with the top tier tanks around about the 9.7 and 9.0 bracket, the fact that those sort of MBTs, which are the bolstering of a game, can like half a team can disappear after a couple minutes of the game. And this is increased by Gaijin basically trying to push one vehicle lineup. So they're not trying to push it, but the way they're orientating the game is benefiting people who only have one vehicle in their lineup, and once they die, they go back to hangar and keep going around.
It's making... how?
Oh god, they never went through with the changes for the winning and losing team, did they, for the Silver Lions?
Not yet. No. They still had the poll on it. The most recent thing they did, like they're changing a bunch of research stuff in the next update to have a look over. But the other thing is what do you call it? They made it so the longer you stay in battles, the more RP that you get. So at least that one is, different. I saw your message, Matthias.
Yeah, I think they need to try and...
I'll make sure to look up the channel.
I'm going back to the thing where I want everything to be perfect, and if we had infinite time and everything would be done instantly. But,
no, it's all good.
yeah. Let's just make that happen instantly. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? But I think they do need to set aside a little bit of time, and even just like them have even just if they can just acknowledge some of these facts, that will give me a lot more faith in them personally going forward.
I agree.
Because I'd prefer for them to say, well, we've acknowledged this fact is bad and we will eventually work towards it, instead of saying it's not a problem and then kind of pushing it behind a wall. And before I go, because I will have to shoot off soon, I'm going to have a quick 3-minute rant about the French Vautour bombers.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
It is utterly stupid, the fact that Vautour bombs are at 9.0. They can't even break Mach 1. And I understand they have a big bomb load, and they can be very fast. But there's a premium 9.0 Israeli version which gets missiles. And the fact that the Vautour IIA has guns is good, because it helps, apart from the fact that it can't turn. I've seen a block of cheese falling down the stairs which can turn faster than that second Vautour. And on top of that, it then doesn't get a bombing sight, which then makes it not a jet bomber anymore. It makes it basically a fighter bomber without missiles, the ability to turn or speed up or slow down. I think it would be better if they just got a big person to just throw it, because there's no point in it turning around, because it won't get home, because it's 9.0. And at that tier, every single time I've ever played it, I just get instantly up tier to 10.0 with the premium Harrier and the Yak 38, who instantly kill me before I've even loaded into the game somehow every single time. I think it 100% needs to be down-tiered, or they need to give France a higher tier bomber above the PB4Y2 and between the Vautour, although I don't think there is much for France there. Because at this point, the French tech tree is so separated between end of World War II and Cold War, and there's no way to prevent that, and that is a small issue it does have. But playing some of the early French jets has made me reconsider many of my life choices, including turning on my computer in the morning, because it just fills me with pain at the end of my fingertips playing it. I don't have that with anything else apart from playing French jets, because I have given up on AirRB now. I've just gone to simulator battles. I do enjoy AirRB and I will play it every so often, but simulator battles suit French jets much better,
right?
Because of how their BR's done.
By the way, guys, can you hear the game?
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say about the Vautour problem, as I have aptly named it.
Well, I mean, when you look at France, they need a rank 6 premium, right? Because
Definitely.
they're one of the only nations without one. So maybe the solution will be solved in the form of another vehicle, and that Vautour, at least eventually, is going to disappear, right? Because it's Israeli. So, oh yeah, that and the F-84F is going to disappear. So
Yeah.
they're going to have another premium for rank 5 for the French. So maybe the issues will be fixed. You can't hear the game? Good stuff. Thank you, guys. Right, go ahead, sorry.
The two French premiums aren't even worth buying anyway, because they're both shocking. The F-84F is shocking. I don't even have to say anymore, because it's an F-84, which is all right if played properly. But then it's shocking. And the Vautour is just the Vautour, and I needn't say more. Oh, that rhymed, actually. I'm going to write a piece of poetry and post it on the War Thunder forum somewhere about the Vautour problem. Anyway, it's been lovely talking to you, but I will have to go.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. It was a nice little chat. Hopefully you come on next time, brother.
Have a nice day.
Will do, you too. Alright. So that's the first one down. Let's get in now, new player inbound, and see what he wants to chat about today. Hopefully he has something as interesting. First one was pretty fun. Let's see.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Well, I just got killed by a comet, so not great, but in general.
Fair enough.
Not bad. Not bad. Well, I would like to taggable stuff like directly responding to Price Man at the side.
The what? Sorry.
Freshers Fries. The guy before.
Oh, fair. Sorry. Yeah, I got confused. I thought you were talking
sorry.
about burgers and fries for some reason. Right. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry enough. So
it's all good.
it could happen at the middle of the conversation. Won't promise anything.
But yeah, go ahead.
The premiums. I fully understand that, and I saw the game yesterday when, well, you cannot do that much against
that J35 or whatever.
Yeah, or the J35. Yeah, but still, and there's players, and I include myself there, where I have to work, I have my own responsibilities, and I will love to have like a quick grind too. So it's like,
hey Abby, how you
I'm
doing?
guilty of the Jack 38. I'm guilty of the Apache, the Israeli Apache. So I find that the events vehicles that he was talking about is like a great way. A lot of people. Oh wait, I got an emblema. Yeah, a lot of people can get extra Gaijin coins or pay themselves getting some of that GE premium time vehicle, etc., etc. So, I don't know, it should be looking both ways. I understand the problem, but I also see the necessity of those vehicles existing in the game.
Oh yeah, well, the thing for me, right, is I don't blame the players for buying the vehicles. The problem at the end of the day is they're putting in vehicles at the high tiers, which are very combat effective and also unique. So therefore, players don't get similar experiences apart from in certain circumstances. So therefore, because you have the fact that they're unique, and then also you have the fact that, a decent amount of new players may or will play, or let's just call it people inexperienced with that type of vehicle.
Yep.
Then what ends up happening is then it has a lower BR than other vehicles which are similar to it, which are in the tech tree. And then you get calls of bias, and then you get calls of other stuff as well. And it just becomes a mess. And because it is, basically.
Yeah. It's understandable, but I cannot find like a easy way out, but I can understand both points.
I mean, well, for me, the way out is to add those vehicles to the tech trees without the premium bonuses. Like that's pretty much the only way you do it, right? You can't really do it any other way.
I got also, well, you said about like the requirements of at least having a rank before or
you can do that
rank,
too.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would say like in general, not by nation. If you have ranked yourself till top tier in USA, you have then like the knowledge to get a J35.
Right.
So more like a knowledge thing than a requirement for each nation. I had a lot of fun grinding through Germany to say. Then I was like, okay, I want to start Japan, but if I could get this Chinu 2 through the Warband shop, then grinding through rank 1 and 2, it was like, I kind of want to skip this. I know there's fun there, but I'm interested in what's that called?
Thank you for the subscription, the Introvert.
So,
thank you for continuing to support the
get
channel.
My point.
It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. No, I understand you. Like I get it at the end of the day, and at least for me, I feel like it's a battle lost when it comes to it, because I've been talking about this specific thing for like 3, 4, 5 years, and it's just got worse and worse and worse and worse. So like there seems to be no stopping with, as we increase in BRs and ranks, they're just going to add in more of these premiums. Like it's just how it's going to be, it seems now, which it's sad, but it's kind of one of those things just to deal with, right? Like the amount of terms I see is staggering.
LT.
Yeah, and it should easily be higher BR.
Oh, definitely. M3 will pass. I mean, it has the same rounds that and well in M3. There's a lot of vehicles that could just go a little tiny up, but well, that's another thing for another day. I would just say, like, in a positive note, past that, like with the new Warband shop, yeah, there's the randomness, the talismans stuff that they added, but I've been like looking at the Reddit, at the subreddit. There's like a lot of positivity, and I am kind of happy. Like, it's been a fucking long time since I've seen that. So, not gonna lie, I was like, oh, finally, something nice that community is accepting that they are not trying to destroy their games, that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you know, more free stuff is good, right? That's just how it is.
Yeah.
I think most people are happy with
immediately. Yeah, that said, like, they are gonna add just more shitty vehicles and more higher tiers, and everybody starts shitting on him immediately. Like, how do you mean the Thunderbolt shitty vehicle or the Muffet shitty vehicle? Like, it's kind of nice to see that the community is supporting some changes.
Yeah, and it's not a bad tech tree. Like, it should be pretty fun to play, and I think like with the Moffat, like it's a fun, you know, naval tech tree. The only thing for me is like the two negatives of this system. You know, the fact they've added all the other stuff is great. The two negatives are the fact they took away the battle trophy. I'm wondering if they're gonna like bring another back, or if they're just done with now. I'd be highly surprised if that's the case. And then the other thing is now you have less choices of premium vehicles. So technically, the battle passes are longer now. So instead of 2.5 months, they're 3, and also they're you know, you get less premium vehicle choices. So that to me is a little bit of a problem, but it's not a huge one, you know, because the vehicles they're offering seem to be a better quality now.
Yeah, it makes sense. A lot of the stuff that they do, even though those extra 3-4 Gs that you normally get from 3 or 4 Gaijin coins that you used to get from those battle trophy were nice.
True.
Fair.
Do you think so for you, what are you aiming for now in the Warband shop then? Like, what's the
my first stop is gonna be the Muffet.
Fair.
It's gonna be directly the Muffet. I mean, I have the Detroit, Porter, and the Summers waiting for the Muffet there. That 5.0 is gonna be my go-to. I don't know. Perhaps afterwards, I will give it a try to the test drives for the G-Links I saw. It's like, I remember that you said yesterday you should be thankful that we're not getting like helicopters tasks. Well, this might be a hint that in the near future we might start tech. So you have to get ready.
Please no. Just anything.
I mean, it's the first time that I've seen. I don't know if it happened before, but
what's the plural of moose? Meese.
Good helicopter, and you're gonna have it like for 750.
Yeah.
And now made that crazy to think in the next battle pass another 8 kills with or 10 kills with rockets.
I really, you know, that doing the thing is, right, like doing that decal, if Rocker wasn't there, I feel like it would have taken me a week to do that. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, that was really rough. And I suppose if we have like a 3-week period and you have to get like 20 helicopter kills or something, then I could probably do that. Like, I don't think that'll be too hard. Like, I've just like the naval stuff, just got to put your mind to it, you know, get it done. I don't think they're gonna do that though.
Perhaps not as hard as it like sounds, but like for the naval, it ain't that hard either. No. You can get a lot of naval stuff like post rank 3 already. through. I mean, you have 2 or 3, I'm not sure, squadron vehicles that are like rank 4, if I'm not wrong already, and you can stomp on them. I mean, the Shimakaze is crazy, and the one from the USSR is also an amazing vehicle. I don't think it's gonna be that hard.
No.
Now they are giving way more options.
Well, that's the thing, like, that's my mindset for it, right? Like, I said in the challenge video, I'm sick of people bitching about having to play naval. Because, like,
yeah.
you, like, number one, like, you don't have to. Like, you you don't have to force yourself to do this. Like, this whole thing is optional. Like, understand that. Nobody is forcing you with anything to do anything. And then the second thing is, like, the challenges themselves are very, very easy. Like, these are not tough challenges. Like, what was it, 30,000 damage with coastal vehicles? Like that.
That's 5 battles.
Yeah, that's 5 battles in 3 weeks. And then the Strike Fighter one, okay, that's a bit annoying. But still,
which one is that one?
You need to get, like, I think it's 20 kills a strike aircraft or something like that, and ground and naval.
For real, I'm telling you, the BF-110 G2.
Yeah,
it is there for you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the first rank 2 or first rank 3, if I'm not wrong, from Germany, a strike aircraft. Unless you're a madman and you're gonna take the 129 B2. But if you're sane, I'm telling you, you don't need more.
Yeah, but so they're not that hard, you know. They're really not. Like, they're much easier than. I mean, think about the first Battle Pass challenge we got here: 250 kills and assist. That's a lot of stuff that you have to do. Like, that's not a small amount of stuff that you have to get through.
Passive that it will get done itself. I mean, I had I did my daily and first and second daily, and I'm already in 50 kills. So
yeah,
it's gonna get done easily.
I
wanted to clarify and come clean because you saw my how is this called, my player stats,
your service record. Yeah,
exactly. And you shamed me because of my spading status. I wanna come clean because it's not because I don't spade them, but because I don't buy all the modifications. If I'm not gonna use like the so I was like, really? Why is my stat so bad? What is so bad? And then I went on to look, and it's like, fuck. Of course it's bad if I'm not gonna buy the how is this called? The fucking for the Abrams, M1 Abrams. Let me just wait and buy the Hesh. I'm gonna buy Hesh for an Abrams. No, fuck that. And if I don't buy it, it won't get me the spading numbers. So
why don't you buy the modifications then?
I don't buy the ones that I don't use. I mean, I have for my Abrams, I have everything but the Hesh.
So it's just like a saving SL thing.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. I'm sure more people do it, but yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty cool though.
And I haven't buy also my how is this called? I haven't buy the stock round for not the stock round. The M8 to 9 for the M2A. That is already like what 21,000 ASL. So I was like, I'm not gonna use that because I got the other round before that one was added. So I'll research it. Sure, I'll get the extra RP, but I won't I won't pay it. Yeah.
Oh, that's clever. Min-maxing, I like it.
What else? Another thing, I know you're not gonna accept it. The better way of landing is belly. I know you're not gonna accept it.
I know the better way is belly. I just think, you know, as a person who is a purist,
civilized,
you know, I back in the day, as I've said, like in War Thunder, Like, if you did that, you blew up, right? And
Fair
my
enough, fair
mind is still stuck in those days, and it will never go away. Like, it's
I don't know. I
only
was just
like the last year where you can do that, I think.
I don't know. I just noticed, like, I don't know. I was through the Reddit and I saw a post that like said like, if you go in this velocity and you don't put yourself through a lot of drag, it's gonna be all right for your plane and you're gonna be way quicker out. And I mean, it's the idea for me.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you don't. I guess you know, but if you didn't take any damage, you can just J out, press to battle again. You don't have to wait for the repair because
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense that they repair anything.
See you later, Armored Hippo. Have a nice day.
As same went that with Belly. You should J out.
Yeah, you can J out and you can change your armament options or whatever, but now you can just J out and then go to battle, and that means you don't have to wait for the repair, and it works really well. It's as simple as that. It's been that way for a long time as well. That's kind of one of those like hidden tips, right, of War Thunder, I think. Yeah.
And it makes hell of a difference. I mean, you can clutch a game if you save those 30 seconds of just waiting for them to put a couple of missiles on your wings. Target.
It's very true, yeah.
Other stuff. It was like with heavies. I don't know. Like you asked the other guy, like which light tanks or AFVs would you recommend for France?
Yeah.
I do not know about heavies, but I would love to see like Sweden heavy. I know that they have some capture heavies and some perhaps.
You mean like the Tiger 2 and stuff like that?
I think they have one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Swedish bought a bunch of vehicles post World War II, like stuff. They bought a Tiger 2, which actually has a really interesting like exhaust configuration, basically from France. It's got like a so how the normal Tiger 2 has like the standard like vertical exhaust. This one is that, but also extra like horizontal parts of it. And I think it was either an early Tiger 2P. Or it was like a late Tiger 2P. I can't remember which one. But basically,
I really don't know either.
Yeah, there's that one. It was used for weapons testing, so they shotted it. But yeah.
I mean, they had it.
Yeah, they had it.
That's what it counts.
Yeah, and then the other one, they bought some Shermans as well, classics. They could have them in, and then probably a few other things as well.
What I kind of feel or miss is like I should, and I know it's aiming a little bit up and too hard sometimes, but if you're gonna have some dailies that include heavies, if you're gonna have some dailies that include some naval, like they should have each check trick should have the possibility of completing those dailies without having to rely on other nations. It would be nice. I mean,
yeah,
I know it takes a lot of time, but it would be nice.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And then also, I don't know if you have dailies which can't be done by every nation, such as like the heavy one, like maybe you change some or change some names of certain vehicles. Like maybe you make the Chiri 2, for example, a heavy tank, because I'm not sure it is a heavy tank right now. Even though it's heavy as hell. Yeah, maybe you change some of them, and then maybe that's the way around it, or maybe you change the dailies so it fits people better.
Yeah, that would be nice. That was all that I had to say today. And because you asked, I was some, not all, but some of the Anonymous yesterday because I wanted to get the hype train going. The first time it worked. That's why the second one I just commented afterwards, like, oh fuck, why there's no hype train in the second time. I guess 2 times in a day wouldn't work, but I tried it.
Well, thank you very much, brother. Thank you.
No problem. And it was a pleasure to talk with you. Till the next time.
Yeah, till the next time. See you later, man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get the next individual on, who is Vario. So let's see what Vario wants to chat about today. See what is going on in the world of War Thunder. How are you, Vario?
Hello. Well, I'm doing fine. For the first time in 2 years, I didn't touch War Thunder for an entire week.
Nice.
That was nice.
Good break?
Well, I reached level 125 in the old battle pass. And then I was like, well, there's nothing left for me to do. And I just wanted to like stop playing it for a bit anyway. And so that was pretty much it for like the second week. Last time I did call the BR as a 0 E4 vehicle they could add. Well, at least we get it. I don't know how they ended up with like the 4.3 BR for it. Because for me, the BR chassis is like the same strength or is pretty much as good as the AMX13 chassis. And so if you put an equivalent chassis with the same exact turret, I don't see how it ends up being a different BR.
I think they're probably putting it up because, like, the other two BRs, well, at least the first BR they added, they had to raise it a ridiculous amount, right?
Yeah, because
so
they
maybe
fucked
they're
up
doing
the first
it.
time.
Yeah, maybe they're doing it like preemptively, and then if it doesn't perform very well, they can put it down.
But the thing is, you have the EBR with the MX13 turret at like 6.0 now or 6.3. And you have the MX13 at 6.7. And I think the main difference because why they're not at the same BR is because they don't have the same round. And I think that if they just added the same turret with the same round and they just swapped the chassis, then you would end up with pretty much the same BR. And if I think this time they also added it at the same BR, I don't think people would find it that bad.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
I like to compare it to the Puma.
Hey, Minx, nice to see you, man.
Because they're pretty similar, with the Puma being better in almost every way, apart from the explosive filler. Because the Puma has almost like double the reload. It has almost, I think it's like 50% higher muzzle velocity. It also has a better power to weight ratio. It has better protection against 50 cal if you're talking from the front. So there's really...
I think the main thing is the mobility, right? Like that's the difference between them.
Between the Puma gets. I like to differentiate between like combat mobility and like more strategic mobility. What I call strategic mobility is the thing that gives you a good spot at the beginning of the round, and the combat one would be more when you like playing around a rock. And the EBR has a terrible combat mobility where you barely start moving and you have a very bad low end acceleration. And that's a problem that Puma doesn't have. Where if you play the Puma, you can move out of a spot quickly. But if you play the BR, you might end up stuck, or like you're gonna be able to get out of it, but it's gonna take time.
Yeah.
And I think people just look at the top speed of like almost 100 kilometers per hour, and they forget about the low end acceleration and the power to weight ratio.
So for you, do you think it's gonna come into the game and then it's gonna get down BR'd?
I think it's gonna get down BR because like, for example, you're gonna face KV1 Z5 with it at the same BR.
Yeah.
like that's not something you can do. And even the T-34 is a pain to kill. I don't think you can, like, light tanks are okay, but there's a limit to what they can do. And I think you're gonna hit the limit pretty hard with this one, because there's like the 75 millimeter can work on the German tanks, but if you start facing Russia, or even if you face America, like killing a Sherman from the front with a 75 is almost impossible, especially if it's one of the 4.0 ones with the welded hull. Like with the BR, there's gonna be a lot of stuff where there's nothing you can do, and so I think that's gonna break the BR. Also, it has no lineup, so that's gonna be another thing that dumps its victory rate, because you're not gonna play it at 5.0, and if you play it at 5.0, then it's gonna run the stats for it, so it's gonna go down.
I think that's more of the issue for me, is the fact that it's coming in with no real lineup around it, which is any decent.
Yeah, the only lineup is the MX40 DCA, but the penetration got nerfed. It used to be 104, now it's 94.
But if it goes down in BR, right,
yes,
then it gets a pretty baller lineup around it. Like gets the other AMX, it gets the M4, is it the M4A4, and then the ARL. Maybe they're looking at that and thinking, well, if we put it at that BR, then that's going to be overpowered because it's already pretty insane lineup.
Do you think they look at lineups? Because when I look at, for example, the Germany, I think it's gonna be a strong lineup, but if you compare it to the Germany 4.0 lineup, like that lineup, although every tank in that lineup is amazing.
Yeah, but most of it's premium.
Is it? Because you've got the Panzer 4J, the Panzer 4H, you got the Stug.
Okay, the Panzer 4J is trash, but the other two are pretty good.
Well, I've got 3 of KD in the Panzer 4J, so
it's still trash though. I can also do well in it. It's not a good vehicle.
I got a better KD in the Panzer 4J than in the 3.7 AMX-13.
Okay.
And the AMX-13 is my most at 3.7 is one of my most played tank. So I don't think
there is more to a vehicle than a KD.
Yeah. Well, I've got like a 65% victory rate in it.
And there is more to a vehicle than its win rate, because lineups exist.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the Germany 4.0, I've got like a 65% victory rate on all the tanks there.
Yeah, because you run them together.
Yes. Yeah, why would I run a 4 alone?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the better tanks are the T-34 Premium, the KV-1B, and the Churchill, which I think went up in BR. Well, that was like the Mega 4 lineup for thingy.
But the KV-1B, I rarely see it. I do see a lot of the Pack Puma with the 75. But I'm pretty sure it's like $1,000. So how expensive? Let's see how expensive it is. I think it was 1,000. It's 1,300. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, KV-1B is a rare vehicle, but it's insanely good. Like during like events and stuff, people always bring it out, right? Which kind of shows its class. Otherwise, they won't bring it out.
The way it's not as good as the ZIS 5, but it has better armor.
Yeah, it's got a worse gun, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah, but the gun, it really has better armor than the ZIS-5. Because the ZIS-5 doesn't have the edit plates on the side. And you either hit a sprocket or you hit a 25mm plate. That's the type of thing like the new EBR is gonna face. You've got 100mm of pen, and you're gonna have to go through 100mm of hold homogeneous armor.
Even if you're gonna have to flank in it, you're gonna have to scout. You know, you're gonna have to do a bunch of things that most of the other light tanks have to do as well in the game, where you can't take on heavies head on. You know,
I mean,
which is
with the KV-1B, even from perfectly side on, you can just shoot and bounce.
Yeah, I know.
Really only the
that's more of an issue with the KVs than anything else.
Yeah,
because they're annoying as hell to face.
I also got the Chinu 2 in the last Warband shop and started playing Japan.
Yeah,
the planes are really good.
Hey, cool. Nice to see you. Yeah, good changes.
I spaded. I got most of my planes with the premium pack vehicle that I got like at minus 75% or something like that.
Yeah.
And all the planes I tried in Japan, I've had a lot of fun in them. You just have to side climb a little at the beginning. But to go back to the Chinu 2, I think it's pretty similar to the Panzer IV-J, just without the armor.
Yeah.
Because if I'm facing like a T-34 in the Panzer IV-J, I know he's gonna bounce because I've got like 100mm of front armor. But with the Chinu 2, the only thing I can hope is some volumetric stuff. But I still ended up doing pretty well in it. I think it's just because I'm with Germany, so I have a good victory rate, because I played it alone until I got the Chaffee. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see it at 4.0 rather than 3.7. But the same goes for some other tanks.
I mean, the thing is, if they put it at this BR and it doesn't do well, then they can, then it'll go down in BR, right?
Yeah.
So it'll only be there for like maybe a few months or so. Just like a lot of vehicles that come in, they'll get moved around in BR pretty quick.
I think what they mostly look at for, because I've got Chinu 2, I've got 57% victory rate with it. And I think that's because I'm always with Germany. And Germany has like 67.
If you're always with Germany, but you're still 10% lower in win rate.
No, that's because sometimes I'm gonna face them like 1 game out of 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
And when I play just the Chinu 2 with the plane, I'm kind of a dead weight to the team. Yeah, the tank performs well enough, but I don't know if it's because of the tank or because of the lineup or the allied nations.
I mean, it seems around that BR you're just stomping in anything you use. Could it just be you?
No, because wait, I'm at the 3.7 American BR. I'm not as good in it. But yeah, it's true that in Great Britain. Britain doesn't have 3.7. But I didn't do it very well in the 3.3. But yeah, I stomp in the 3.7 French, the 4 Germany, same for Russia. But I still do better because even in Russia, where I stomp, I don't think I've got much more than 50% victory rate. Like my Z5 only has 56%, even though I'm like stomping everyone in it. And that's tough.
Hey, 996. Nice to see you.
Hopefully
you're doing well.
T34. That's the tier 2. The thing is, I don't play a lot of tier 2s.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, the T34 1941, I'm at 69% victory rate. I forget the name of the other T34.
Do you have a negative, or do you have a lower than 50% in anything?
There's like some tanks, like the big Russian tank, the Russian Yak Tiger. That thing, the ASU 85 has 44. I think I've got like a 42 for the SU and 100p, even though I like it pretty much. The
I meant for that BR bracket.
Oh, you mean yes, for 3.7? I don't think I've got anything that's.
So maybe you're just a good player.
Yeah, maybe. Right. No, I think for the well, I had well, the M10 got down tiered, so I'm not sure how it is now. But before I had a pretty bad BR victory rate with the M10.
Yeah, that one wasn't very fun to play. I didn't like that one.
You said, did you get Spaceport since it was added?
No, I've only had Breslau like 4 times as well. I've only had Red Desert like 4 or 5 times too, so I might actually like Spaceport, so maybe I see it once. I know that Alex has seen it a few times, so I don't know. How about you? Have you seen it?
So I've never seen it, but Breslau, I think I've got it more than Svenk 13.
Mm.
And I'm pretty happy about the Breslau map.
Right.
I like the city side more than the park side. But that's a map I ended up liking at around 6.7. Because that's a map no 6.3, yeah. With the 6.3 Russian lineup, that's a map I like a lot.
Yeah, I need to. So with Breslau, for me at least, I just need to play it more. Like that's the problem. Is it's really hard to make like definitive statements on something when I've only seen it 4 times in like, I don't know, a month. I think it is at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I'm definitely more lucky than you in getting it. I don't even touch the what maps I like or what maps I don't want, and I just get
the rotation
normal
filter thing.
Yeah.
Is that just because you don't care, or is it you don't feel like
yeah, it's I'm not even sure where it is, and so I just get the normal rotation. There's not really any map that I hate so much. So
yeah, for me the only one I'd probably ban is Karelia, but yeah, that's
Karelia is the one where there's the concentration camp on the side.
No, that's Kuban. Karelia is the one where it's really tight with the B point on the hill in the middle, and then the 2 like no-go zones on the left-hand side, and then like the little like area in the middle of it, which is a little bit rough too.
Wait, where can I? if I go in custom bottle, I can. Carelia. Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah, I don't like that one too much.
No, I like at low tier. I like it fine. I prefer to fight between A and C in this map.
Right.
The B part is the part I tend to avoid.
It's a lumber camp.
When you play Russia
camp,
and you have 3 degrees of gun depression, B is not really the good spot to play.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's the Jaguar got new bombs and things like that.
Yeah, it got some guided bombs. Are you gonna try and use them?
Well, no, because first of all, the Jaguar is at the end of the tech tree on the line, and it's 10.3. So what am I supposed to play it with? I don't know. I feel like it's.
You could maybe use it with the claws, but that's really about it, right?
And it will also be able to get the pod, and so the reason the pod can look have a so wide range of view is because there's like the black strip under which the camera can look like up and down at a big angle, but there's also the fact that the front part of the tube can rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise. So that's why you don't lose targets if they stay in any way generally under your plane. Because if it was limited, like it would look, or because if you couldn't, because people were complaining that or like asking how you could still bomb things when they were behind you, but if you couldn't, like the plane would be useless, because that would mean you'd have to hit someone with a bomb while you're on a plane that has like boosters, like pushing it forward.
Yeah, it would be You'd have to basically guide it and then hope that like the rest of the flight path it hits the target.
So
probably won't.
So I think that's the type of stuff that wouldn't exist if it wasn't as good as that, because if it's not as good as that, you just use a normal bomb sight. Or
yes, of course.
Okay. That's.
What do you think then? Do you think they're going to be useful, the guided bombs? Do you think people are going to use them?
Well, for the Jaguar, like that's going to be the best thing France has. So France is going to use it, but like the Maverick is there. And so why would you take like 2 guiding bombs when you could have like 4 Mavericks?
Yes.
Like my Roland has a range of 6.5 kilometers. I can face Maverick that have a range of 10 kilometers.
They're reducing the Mavericks to, I think, 6.5.
Okay. Well, I can...
It's like 3 to 6 or something. Or at least to get a lock on it is. No. So that's all that matters.
But I can still face some stuff like K50s that have a 10 kilometer range.
Oh yeah, of course.
So like, if you have if the air can continue to like hit you at 10 kilometers while you only have like 6.5, a bomb is gonna be like really hard to use. I don't know, maybe if it was used for spotting or something like that, it could be an additional thing. Because like spotting, now that they added a pod like this, I don't know, maybe they could add the Mirage 4. Mirage 4, which is the bomber version with which pretty much 2 Mirage 3 stuck together. And it used it could take like 7,000 kilos of stuff, and also get an observing pod under the belly.
Do you think that so when it comes to France, they obviously need a rank 6 premium, right? What would be your guess? And they're also going to need a new rank 5 one as well. So
yeah, There's that during the Falkland Wars. There's an Etendard that's sunk an HMS or something like that.
You want another Etendard?
As a premium, I don't know, with an anti-ship missile. But anti-ship missiles are gonna be a way off.
Is it at least a Super Etendard, or is it just a standard one?
I don't remember. I think it was a Super Etendard.
Because you've played the standard one, right, in the tech tree?
Yeah.
Do you want a premium one of that?
So my problem, well, the Etendard, I've had a not so bad time in it. I mean, I tend to have a bad time in every jet, but that's probably because I play France.
I mean, you're not wrong, yeah. There's not many good options.
So, compared to all the rest, the Etendard isn't the worst.
Yeah.
But if it's a Super Etendard, it's gonna get magic and a post-combustion. And if it gets magic missile, then like everything is forgotten.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They could add that in as the rank 6 one. I'm just looking at, like, you got a MiG-21, which looks pretty nice. You got a J-35, the F-5C. You got all these beautiful planes, and then you've got an Etendard.
Oh, France exported a ton. They exported like plenty of Super Mysters. But the Super Myster is also a bad plane.
Yeah.
Like my problem with the Etendard and with the Super Myster is when you drag your mouse to do a diagonal for when you're aiming, the plane is gonna go up and then it's gonna go to the side. Like kind of like a gunner with like almost zero cruise skill. And so when I'm trying to get shots on a plane and the plane doesn't go where I pull my mouse, I think that's where I lose a lot of gunfights or stuff like that. Is like I almost had it, like I had it, but the plane didn't go where I told him to, and so that's my biggest gripe. Like it's not that the turn rate is bad, even though it's bad. It's not that the top speed is low. It's that when I turn in a direction, it goes up then to the direction I said, and that's not something you can do when you have missiles that have so narrow range of view, or guns that really rely on being close.
My biggest issue with the Etendard and the Super Myster is the amount of energy they lose in a turn, and how they can't gain it back.
Yeah. The Etendard has good acceleration and good climb rate. The problem is that you don't have post-combustion, so you're better at other planes at climbing, but once you climb, you end up at high altitude, and at high altitude, they beat you. So the Etendard is good at getting to the spot where they're gonna beat you. And also the Etendard and the Super Myster, when you get the M9B, they really have problem flying after that. I think I'm not even sure. I don't think I even take my M9Bs when I fly my Etendard, because it's like dragging the plane down. I've never felt it in any other planes, but in those planes it feels like you can't turn or do anything. And that's maybe because they just fly like bombers.
Fucking Duterte, dude. I'll get the hang of sorted out tonight.
With the 37, with the 32, yeah, it's my Etendard isn't spaded, but the only thing I miss is the the Nords. And yeah, it's a 32-second turn rate.
Yeah.
And bombers have better turn rates than that. Like, that's the same turn rate as the Vautour. So
Yeah, unfortunately the stat cards lie about that stuff. But the main thing is it seems, at least like compared to a lot of jets that I've played, the low end acceleration of those things is absolutely awful. And I don't know whether that's historical or I don't know what's going on with it, but even when fully spaded, those things struggle in that regard.
Yeah, for me the best French plane up to now, excluding the Mirage, was the Mystère 2C. The Mystère 2A with the 20 mil was also good because it's pretty much the 2C but with worse gun. And when they buffed the 20 mils, I thought like it would be a good plane. And yeah, those 20 mils, sometimes it's just you instantly rip their wing, and sometimes it's you get 5 hits and nothing happens.
Yeah.
One thing I was thinking in aerialistic battles to fight the airfield camping, because the airfields have like, even in low tier, they have a super wide range where they're still firing at you and can kill you.
Yes.
And what I thought is that after a certain time or a certain amount of players are dead, there should be like a cap zone appearing in the map, and the point is the first to cap it, you only have to only one team can be inside it, and as if your team isn't in this cap zone for like a couple minutes, then you instantly lose the game. So that would force like if you're the last one on your team, you can't just airfield stay in your airfield. Like you have to go in the cap zone, otherwise like the enemy gets air superiority and it's just like they win because they have it.
Yeah, I mean, for the way that I always thought would solve the issue is you basically just have a timer. So every player has like a 2-minute or a 3-minute timer, and that is the amount of time they're allowed to sit near the airfield, and when that timer runs out, the AA doesn't defend them anymore.
Yeah, but so if there's two things, I think like timers and stuff like that is like, how do I know if this airfield is gonna shred me apart if I get close to it? Like I think that's something that's gonna be harder to communicate than just a cap zone.
Well, you can see the guns firing.
Well, yeah, when they're firing, but I don't know. I think that's something that's gonna be hard to know, like how much time I have left and stuff like that.
Mm.
And I think the cap zone is something that's already used in game, and something that's more easy to understand.
Yeah, that's fair.
To add in the stuff that could be added at French 9.0 that isn't too hard. So we had the AMX-32 with the 105mm gun, and now we all discovered that another thing existed, an AMX-40 with an AMX-32 turret.
Great.
Well, that one wouldn't be too hard to add because that would just be more of those tanks where you just take a turret you already have, a tank you already have, and you put them together.
Yeah.
Yeah, because last patch, France got a copy-pasted plane and a new ammo for a tank, and this patch, France got a new ammo for a plane and a copy-pasted tank. They're swapping up.
Mm-hmm.
Also, for the battle pass, I'm really glad about the LVT-40. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm not sure if it's gonna be good though. but it's at least gonna be fun. However, for the plane, yeah, the boat, I don't really care about boats, but that's one of the boat that looks to be like the less inspiring.
Right.
Like just a 2.7 PT boat, that's... wait, no, I don't think I have USA, but I think I've got a bit of Britain, and I already have a couple of them that look pretty similar. Like the Fairmail, that's... yeah, I didn't play the British boats since they redid the research tree, and mine looks horrible now because I got the Grey Fox at 3.0 and everything around it is red.
Because you have to repair it, or you're not allowed to get it?
No, it's I've got it at 3.0 and it's unlocked, but the Fairmail D that's before it is not research.
Right.
And I can't research it because I don't have enough rank 3. And I can't research any rank 3 because the rank 3 I need has a 2.0 that is red, and that 2.0 that is red I can't research because I have to research a 1.7 before.
Why am I so slow?
So yeah, I think I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna stay in USSR for boats. But my problem with boats is it's so long to get them to where they're useful. Because, I think it's kind of like the heat grind for tanks, but just worse.
Because I think for high tier ones, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because you don't even get parts and FPU reduced. We're coming up to time, by the way.
Okay.
So do you have any like closing statements or anything you want to chat about?
Well, I'm happy for the new Warborn shop, but there's not a lot of choice. And last Warborn, I got two things. I forgot what was the second one I got, but I know I got two. Or yeah, I got a bush and a plane, or a tank. No, I got a bush, I got the T-34, and I got the Chinook. So I got 3 things. And for this one, the Panzer IV I'm gonna get, but other than that, I think I'm gonna get a bush and like the what's it called, the medal on a vehicle, like
the talisman.
Yeah, the talisman. Like you don't choose on which vehicle it gets.
No, it's RNG.
Okay, so I could get like a rank 5 talisman for a French plane when I already have everything in the French tray.
Yeah.
Or yeah, okay, so it could be completely useless.
It's any vehicle that you have researched.
Oh. Well, at least that's something that's better for newer players. We're gonna put it that way, but for me, I'm pretty sure it's gonna end up being completely useless.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going for it. Because I think it's at least a little bit interesting. Because it's kind of like a luck of the draw. Like, I want to see what I get, right? But I do agree, it's, for at least people like us, it's not going to be that useful. But for the vast majority, it's going to be very good.
Because I'd like a rank 4, for example, for Great Britain or for Germany.
Yeah.
But if I end up getting a rank 4 for like either USA or France or or USSR, then it's gonna be wasted. So, and
until they bring out new vehicles.
Yeah, but even if I get a rank 4 for France, like I can research it without any problem because I already have like the P39 and the Yak 3. So, well, at least newer players are gonna like them, but I'd use them if I could at least choose a nation.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. It's always nice having you on, man. Hopefully we see you next time.
Yes. Goodbye. Have a nice stream.
See you later, Varia. Thanks for coming on. Alright, so we're going to have Duterte in our hangar with a rifle, which would be fun. And now, next person we have on is Hetzer. So let's get Hetzer on, see what Hetzer wants to chat about today. And if you are interested in coming on, make sure to put in the request to speak thing. Everybody gets around 30 minutes, and then we can go from there. How are you, Hetzer? How's life?
Hello. Life's been pretty good.
Good. What do you want to chat about today? What's going on?
A lot of things, actually.
Oh, good.
Haven't played War Thunder for a while. I was like, okay. Because I went on a trip and whatnot. War Thunder, for me, has been kind of exciting recently with everything being added for the Swedish.
The Swedish?
Yeah.
Like
I play Sweden.
The SDRF 9040B? And the
9040B.
The Viggen?
I was really excited for the Viggen. Now we're getting another one.
Oh, the AJ? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff for Sweden, actually. You're right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's something I am pretty ticked about is... Do you know the IKV 91 and the 91 105?
Yes.
They used to be able to swim.
They
sink like rocks now.
Is it in real life, were they amphibious? Or
Yes, they actually were designed to be amphibious.
Even with like the big gun on it and stuff?
Even with the bigger gun, they can still swim.
I wonder why they changed that. Did they put it in a changelog? Or maybe it's a bug. I don't know. It might need reporting.
I'm believing it's a bug, but I filled in a bug report for it.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
Rejected. So.
On what grounds?
I'm not really sure. It just disappears.
Oh, fair. They don't give you a reason. That sucks.
Yeah. Which really bothered me because the amphibious part of them was one of their key features that helped them survive. Because they could be in unexpected places.
Yes.
Especially for the IKV-91 when it was back at 6.7. Being able to pop up behind the enemy team on some maps with 400 millimeters of pen was fun.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to me that they got rid of that.
It's kind of what happens.
But I still think they're incredibly good vehicles, though. Like, I really enjoyed playing through them. Like, with the laser rangefinder and everything like that. They were super fun.
They're still fun regardless.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm pretty ticked about them not being able to swim anymore.
I think about the amount of times that I've actually used, like, the amphibious features on vehicles, and it's pretty low most of the time. And the most of that most time doesn't seem to work too well. You must be a lot better at using them than I am.
The key with the IKVs is not to go into, like, not to dive into the water, but slowly, like, kind of drive into it. And wait for the front to start floating. Because if you try to do it, because it's, like, it's buoyant enough where it's not supposed to jump in, or it takes a lot of time. It's like right at that optimal weight level where it can swim, but you can't really jump into it.
Hey, Universal, nice to see you. Have you grinded out like all the aviation and ground stuff, or are you still working on some of the things for Sweden?
I have the entire tree on both.
What's your overall opinions of it?
My overall opinion about Sweden is, like, early tier, once you get that APDS, it goes through a lot. They're pretty fast. It's around rank 2 and 3 where you start getting a mixture of, like, okay, this can't really do much. And it's just, it seems a little too powerful. Especially for the at rank 4, the IKV like the IKV 103.
Yeah.
It's a 5.0 that can hide really well. It has good mobility and can pen everything in the game.
And get machine gunned to death.
Exactly.
And
or
to death.
Yeah, and have something ricochet off you and kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've had that happen more than my fair share of times.
I had a really bad time in that thing. I don't know what happened, but every bad luck thing hit me when I was spading that. And I also spaded it when it was like what feels like 1 OBR higher than it is now. It wasn't too fun.
For me, I found it to be really enjoyable.
Yeah.
When it worked.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I can understand that. Like, I'm sure it was fantastic when it worked. I just, at least for me, I wasn't very good at making it work.
Yeah, it's there's a fine niche where you have to know if someone's looking at you or not. And the other part is you have to be unexpected. Yes, if they expect you, you're gonna get machine gunned. And you're gonna be Swiss cheese.
Yeah, that's true. The last big vehicle that Sweden got added was the Viggen, right? So have you played that? What are your thoughts on that thing?
My thoughts on the Viggen were its speed is not accurate to the real life.
Did fall in his bathroom, yeah.
It should be about 100 miles per hour faster.
I had nothing to do with it.
But overall,
it's too slow.
Ability. It's actually slower than it should be.
Right.
I don't know what they decided to do. Probably it's just the model.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which specific one they used when it comes to like the technical data.
Yeah. My opinion on the Viggen is it's like when it's stock, it can still fight.
Right.
It's just on the dev server, it had the radar aiming assist, which for not having tracers was really helpful.
That's pretty powerful.
Yeah, but now it's gone because probably it's like, okay, it's a little too powerful in that. When I recently finished it off, like from takeoff, you can just zoom right up. It's just a beast in climbing, and it can do a lot of stuff that the Draken can't.
Right.
And it's got roughly the same maneuverability as the Draken. Slightly stronger wings, a lot better acceleration climb, and has the 6 RB-24Js, or the 4 in the RB-71s.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen of it, it looks like an insanely good vehicle. So,
yeah,
like just crazy powerful. And I'm kind of waiting for the next set of economy changes because I'm pretty sure it's going to shoot through the roof. When it comes to that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's the AJ, which is coming in, right? And that's a completely different story because of its. Well, it doesn't have as useful armaments, let's put it like that, as the standard Viggen.
That's what we saw on the dev server from it.
Yeah.
But I noticed, like, from the dev server to the live server, they tend to, like, they do a lot of changes and unexpected ones. For the ground striking Viggen, I think after you have air superiority, I think that's going to be really useful. But if you don't, it's going to get shredded.
Right.
If it's used incorrectly, and especially with all that armament on it, it's going to slow it down, and it's not going to turn as well.
Yeah, I think so. It's also an earlier version, right, than the one that we have, or is it a later version?
It's actually was introduced around the same time. It's just the ground striking version.
Fair enough.
Because they have the air superiority version, and then they have the ground striking version.
Yeah.
And the version we had in game was the Vigans, was the model of Vigan that actually saved the SR-71.
Cool.
So I found that interesting.
Yeah, it's a nice little tidbit. Maybe, have they done any media around that? I feel like they could do something pretty cool around that.
Yeah, they could. I don't think they haven't really said anything about it. Don't know why. I mean, they said something about a giant sandworm, but
yeah, that was kind of funny.
Still have no idea what that's going to be about.
I think it was just fucking around, if I'm honest with you. Like, because June was coming out, and obviously, you know, if you know about June and the sandworms, I think they were just having a bit of fun.
If you dig too much in a desert map, you're going to get eaten by a sandworm.
That would be cool.
That'd be hilarious. See an enemy making a fortification, all of a sudden sandworm. I will say, like before they added like the J35A.
Yes.
I think a lot of people didn't have interest in like the air tree for Sweden because early on it's kind of a hard thing to get into. But then when you start getting up to rank 4, you got the planes with more guns than they ever needed.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to the Swedish tech tree, I found it one of the easiest to grind through, at least when I did. Just because a lot of the vehicles are the same, and then also, well, they were way under BR'd. Nowadays, a lot of them are much better BRs. They really overshot when it came to how bad they thought those vehicles were going to be. But I think, yeah, I think nowadays maybe more people are interested in it. Also, at the same time, you know, they've done a few premiums for events and, you know, GE vehicles for it, so maybe that's helped it out a bit.
Yeah, the thing is, being one of the, because I remember after the Dragon came out, right, and whatnot, there's very few people actually playing the Swedish air tree and ground trees. Right, and it just kind of felt like, okay, when you find someone else in a custom who's also using a Threakin, it gets fun because you could just do these highly maneuverable dogfights and not really have to worry.
Yeah.
Right, because it seemed like everyone's either in a MiG-21 or a Phantom. Because that seems to be like the main choices for people.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 3 major nations, right? Especially now, next update with Germany getting a MiG-21 bis.
Oh no. That's going to be annoying.
Yeah, it's not really different to the standard bis, though, that the Soviets have. So I wouldn't worry too much. Basically the same thing.
I noticed when I was trying to, like, I wanted to do, like, start grinding on the Lancin because I just kind of blew past it.
Yeah.
Alright. The Lancin, if it's used correctly, it's great. It's not really much of a turn fighter, but it does have its speed.
Right.
And it does have the missiles, too. The 4 RB-24s, which, if you can get in a good chase, I found they tend to work, they actually work really well close range.
The Gaijin God.
For example, if you're chasing a guy, he's kind of like turning.
Yeah.
About 1.7 kilometers out, if you shoot it, it tends to pull a lot more than it says it should. Which I found interesting.
The M9Bs, right? That's what the RB-24s are, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man, with those missiles, it's so weird. Because I've had ones where they just don't do anything. Like, they're not interested. Then I have other ones where they shoot off like an AIM-9P or like an AIM-9J for a few seconds. It's super odd. Like, I never feel comfortable using them because I feel like it's a bit RNG whether they're going to have, you know, they're going to go for it or not. Like, I only ever use them nowadays when, like, people are, like, at their apex of their, you know, their top, and then I just missile them there. That seems to work the best.
Yeah, mine always, like, if they see a teammate, they're like, ooh, yummy.
Yeah, exactly.
had a lot of problems with that, because even though you lock, like for the Draken, the AIM-9Js, sorry, not AIM-9Js, RB-24Js,
Yes.
right? They're radar assisted. Having a radar lock dramatically improves their ability to hit and turn. Right? Even if the IR lock, even in a head-on, right? You can still fire them off.
Yes.
At 2 kilometers with a radar lock, and I found it to be pretty useful. But even with a radar lock on the enemy, they still go after friendlies sometimes. Which I don't know what's going on with that. Probably just missiles being missiles.
Yeah, I've adopted a policy of don't fire the missile unless I'm truly sure it'll be okay. So I've had too many of those situations where I don't see an ally and then, you know, I'm down 10,000 SL very quickly.
Yeah. Thing is, when you're trying to play 9.7,
yeah,
right back when they first introduced the J35A, it was a nightmare. Because you got all these Drakens, which are highly maneuverable at low BR, but they just have a weaker engine.
Right.
And just the basic missiles which the Draken used to have, which the RB-24s.
Yeah.
It was like, there was a lot of dunces out there flying them, so they were just easy kills, but you got these really experienced pilots, right, that might not have anything in the Swedish tech tree, but they've grown to know how to use it. And they were pretty tough to kill. So it's kind of like you got the extremes on both ends and barely anything in between. Because the new players are like, ooh, I want a new shiny toy at the start with, right? Or someone just wants to pay to be good. Because they're like, oh, the Dragon's good. This must be good. Which I've seen people that are level 100 with 1 hour of playtime. For some reason.
How?
I don't know. That's the thing. I went through their entire record, and they only had about an hour of playtime. Because I think the leveling system also works if you're buying modifications with gold. It also adds XP to your level. And if you're like, and then I also know that adds free experience when you buy a modification to the convertible RP pool.
Yeah, there's that, but also they might just be moving their accounts from console to PC, and then it doesn't record their stats after that.
It could be true. That would explain how that guy had like 8.0s.
Yeah. Because if their service record's full of like vehicles, right? A little bit weird.
It was just a really weird encounter with that guy.
Yeah. Hey, Living Potato, nice to see you.
I think if within like the new update, like groundbreaking or something, it's like breaking ground. Whatever.
Yeah, the scoops.
Yes.
The cheese wedge is getting a scoop. Are you interested?
The STRV 103Cs already has one.
Yeah, but it's gonna work now.
It just gets the ability to use it.
It's now not gonna be a random lump.
Yeah. I mean, its designed was to be more of a waiting, like an ambush, like pop up a hill, shoot a few times, roll back down, pop up somewhere else, or make its own cover. Right, which I think that would add a lot to that tank. But if it could stop doing the STRV shuffle, that would be nice.
Oh yeah, that still happens.
It happens like whenever I need to make a critical shot. Right, and the few shots before that were completely fine. It starts wiggling in anticipation, and it's kind of like a guess the trajectory, which you're gonna need to hit the fire button at.
Yeah, for me, it's always when I'm on a slight incline or decline, it does the cheese wedge shuffle, and it's super annoying. That has never been fixed, if you want to put it like that. Even if I don't know if it can be fixed, but I really hope it can be fixed. So it's very annoying.
Yeah. I mean, the problem roots from, like, before when they were first introduced, I never noticed it.
Yeah.
Right? And then a few updates later, they probably changed. Because War Thunder's code is just spaghetti.
It's 30
so
seconds of ads every 30
it
minutes,
affects
Mega.
something somewhere else completely unrelated. Because of how the code interacts.
Right.
It's probably something in that, like, when they are doing other stuff with aiming.
The code.
I'm pretty sure, because it overcorrects. That's the problem for where the mouse is.
Yeah, that was the big problem it had before.
Yeah.
And it seems to get worse and worse the higher your ping gets as well.
Yeah, which I'm thinking of, it could be. Because I've noticed after they said they fixed it, it's been a lot more stable than it has been. Like, it's been a lot less, like, shaky. Right, when it does shake, it's like minute amounts. From before.
Yes.
But it still does it, which is annoying. But it seems like they're nailing the issue and making sure the overcorrection's getting smaller and smaller and smaller each time. Which is nice. And also, you know the Ito?
The Ito.
The Ito?
That? Oh, the AA?
It's the missile truck. It can go submarine and be fine.
Or you can dunk underwater.
Yeah.
Just have the missiles on top.
Exactly. Right, as long as because this thing, a little history about the Ito. It was a joint project with the French and Swedish.
Right.
To make a AA system. It was designed for all weather environments. It could do a lot, and it was designed to cross rivers by submerging under instead of like floating across or just going around to a bridge, because there's some bridges that won't support the weight. So it literally just swims through it just kind of drives through it.
Right. That's pretty cool.
And you got the top, like the big top vent on it is for the engine, radiator, and air intake. And then you got the air for the crew in the back top vents. And then that small one up top is for the crew as well.
So it's not a random thing it does in game. It's actually designed to do that.
Exactly.
That's pretty
Which
cool.
I find that they implemented really nicely.
Yeah.
Considering I could just hide myself in a river for the most part and be relatively safe.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And another, there was a gripe when they added DM43 to Leopard 2A5 and whatnot. And then the PL, which before they introduced it, I was like, okay, so there's already a fan. It's like Gaijin designed it where people are going to buy the German F4F early, and then the Leopard 2 PL, and there's a lineup some people use.
Yeah, it could have been that, actually. I didn't think of that. Could be right on that.
Yeah. Like, back before it was out, I'm like, okay, that's just going to be pay-to-wins using it. And for the most part, I've just seen pay-to-wins using it.
Yeah, you mean the squadron vehicle, right? The 2PL?
Yeah, because you could just straight up buy it, which I don't. I wish you had. I mean, I get why they do it, because not everyone's going to be in a squadron, right? And they want to give everyone equal access to it. But the ability just to buy it straight out is annoying.
There should be some kind of requirement on it, kind of like how there's helicopter requirements. Like you have to get to rank 5 before researching them. They should do the same thing with squadron vehicles, maybe to a lesser extent. Because I'm in your boat too. Like I've not so much with like the Leopard 2PL. I've seen it way more with the A4E. That's the one where it's like everybody and their mother has one, and it's pretty much annihilated the aerialistic bracket for quite a while now.
Really? The A4E?
Yeah, because people just use it to grind, and it creates really, really awkward matchups.
I haven't actually seen any of those matchups.
In Aerialistic?
Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't
fair enough.
really seen many of these. Like, back when it was first introduced, though, like, me and a few buddies were like, okay, we're taking 2 missiles and a gun pod. Let's see how well this goes.
Yeah.
I find it to be... It's not too bad. Right? It doesn't have the highest speed. It doesn't have the highest acceleration. It doesn't get an afterburner. It doesn't have the best turning, but it does have great payload. Then you just got the 3 gun pods with high rates of fire. So I think if they put it to 9.0, it'll do fine.
The A4E?
Yeah, the A4E early.
I think it'll get absolutely annihilated in Aerialistic.
Really?
Yes. Because even at 8.7, it can't outturn anything. Or it can't outfight anything. The reason it's at that BR is because it's ground realistic, right? Because it has all the bullpups.
Yeah, and then all the bombs and whatnot it can carry.
Hey, Romanian, I see you. Yeah, I think in Aerialistic it's just one of those which is going to be around and it's never really going to change.
Yeah. It's definitely not as bad as the F5C, though.
Not as bad, is it? It's not good, that one?
No, it's not, like, abused by new players.
Oh, I see what you mean, right.
Yeah, because whenever you're going in a custom, right, there's always going to be a few guys that are just like, let's set it to arcade and pull out F5Cs, because in arcade, they're uncatchable, really.
Yeah.
Like, they're extremely annoying to deal with because their turn rate is so absurd in arcade.
Mm.
And it's like, okay, so they can take multiple missiles at a time and be fine. You can shred on. You can have an F4 Phantom with 3 gun pods, head on it, spray it down, and it one taps the Phantom and is completely fine. Let's just high tier premiums are always going to be abused, and we can't get rid of them now. They're here to stay.
Yes.
It's just finding a way to deal with the players who are abusing.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to rely on the player base itself just being able to defend themselves from them at that point.
Yeah, learning how to deal with them is definitely a way. Hoping that they don't get down BR'd enough, or down BR'd at all, and just kind of hoping that that doesn't happen. But yeah, there's not a ton you can do about it nowadays. Just is how it is. And then with the next anniversary sale, which should probably be in like a week or so, probably see a lot more of them as well.
Oh, great. It's gonna be fun to deal with.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's easy kills, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah. That's the other thing is, with high tier premiums, someone buys them, right, in ground or RB.
Yeah.
Oh, they die once and leave because that's the only vehicle they had.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that a lot. It's just like an entire team disappears on you in 5 minutes. If that.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot as well. I think it's also because the vehicles are just a lot faster. They get into positions quicker. So once people get into power positions, other people are like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to play.
Yeah. And another thing about the Swedish, like, I've noticed that the air tree has gotten a little better at it, but it's the damn repair costs.
Yes.
The damn repair costs, which are absurd.
Here we go again.
For example, a 9.0, the J28, the J29F. 22,000.
With the afterburner?
Yeah, it has the afterburner. 22,000 to repair.
Yeah.
Right?
It's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah. And then you got the SK60, which is 22,000 as well. Right, there are a few 22,000s. But mainly I've noticed it's been getting slightly better. But the server lines per match, though, whenever I play high tier, I generally bring 3 MBTs, a light tank, an anti-air, and a lower tier vehicle.
Yes.
Because I bring the IKV 103 up because of its low repair cost and its ability to fight and hide. If it's a good map for it.
Do you run like the 122s? Because they're pretty expensive,
Yep.
right?
They are, well, I have them in their 14k a pop.
Oh, that's not bad actually. They used to be way worse. Like
yeah.
Like I remember when I did when I splitted the 122A, it was like way above 20. Oh, that's good. Like the progress.
But it's still like, but their earnings is not that great.
No, not a lot of top.
It's like, if you die once, you're essentially gonna break even. If you die again, you better hope to God in that second life you got at least 10 kills, because you're going to lose a lot of money. Because I noticed the repair costs are not what they say they are, because it could be more expensive or less expensive depending on what components are destroyed. And if it's AM or rack, it's going to be the basic repair cost. But say if your engine, if everything's destroyed, then you're killed. I've noticed it's like 17,000, 18,000.
Right.
Instead of the 14,000. Which I find awkward and weird. Be like, okay, what is this extra paying? What am I paying for? I thought this was supposed to be the repair cost. Is Gaijin taking tax now?
Yeah, I know it was, I know you could get it lower. So obviously if, your vehicle isn't beat up, I'm going to have a look at when you get a higher one. Because it might be down to crew skills, or it might be down to other things. I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Yeah, because I've noticed when it's just been crew knockout, it's been like maybe 4K.
Oh, ball, nice to you. Yeah.
Because I hate the fluctuating repair costs, but in some cases it's better than others.
Yeah, I would agree with you. What do you think the solution is? Do you think there is one?
For the repair costs?
Yeah.
And whatnot? I think... Well, repair costs, I can see why they're implemented to help the economy system, to essentially run the economy system, to get people to make more money. Right, to keep, like, playing on, getting, like, grinding out money and whatnot. I can see why they're here. It's just some are, like, absurdly high, but I know they use repair costs to balance vehicles. For the SK60, I can definitely see why. I could kind of see why it has the higher repair cost, because it's those 2 air-to-ground missiles. You can get multiple kills with them.
I mean, the reason why stuff like that's so expensive is because, well, when it first came out, I went 50 kills and 2 deaths in it.
Exactly.
And they're realistic. It's a disgusting plan.
It is.
And I think a lot of other people did the same thing, just like how people did it with the Sagittario too. Mods do add to repair cost, yeah.
It's because the SK60, right,
it might be cost
being
of ammo
a trainer / light ground attack, its maneuverability is kind of okay. It can outturn most fighters.
Yeah, I'd say it's really good. It's a very fun vehicle. But so with some of them being exuberant, would you just limit them to like a certain level?
I would want, like, because it's kind of absurd how like high some repair costs get.
How much SL do you have, by the way?
I only have 1.2 million right now.
Right.
Because I've been getting a lot more vehicles and other tech trees.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So
maybe put in like a limit of, I don't know, 10K,
like a limited
15K.
Yeah, like 10K in some cases. Like for vehicles that are extremely overpowered, like maybe higher, up to 15K. But for an MBT, right, that's Okay, yeah, it has good armor, but it can't really pen anything anymore.
Right.
For example, like they gave the Leopard 2A5 had godlike turn armor for a long time. Now they gave it DM43. The Swedish have pretty good hull armor and turn armor, right? There is a few weak spots in it, but that's to be expected. They still get DM33.
Yes.
And with the higher armored stuff coming out, it can't really counter that. Like I've noticed several times when I'm facing the new Russian tanks, I'm useless because I hit them where I think it should pen, doesn't go through. I've hit them in the side, I've hit them in the roof even. I jump off cliffs a lot, and that's partly why I take high repair costs.
I would say the battle path is worth buying hockey, but the thing is you can grind through it and see where you get to and then buy it later.
Like not being able to pen anything, but everything can seem to pen you now because all the new rounds.
Right. That's probably contributed to its repair costs going down though, because before it was insane vehicle, and still is a pretty insane vehicle.
Yeah.
I remember the Leclerc is another one as well, where that one used to be insanely expensive and now it's a lot less.
The clerks are like 5.6 and 4.5.
Yeah, stock, right?
Yeah, those are stock because I have a little progress in the French tree, but not much.
Yeah, back in the heyday, they were like 20, 25K, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's two ways, if the two solutions to this issue, if you see it as an issue, is the first one, which is low repair costs for those vehicles, or the other one, you increase rewards.
Yeah, because like the SCRV 122s,
yep,
they only have like the 122A has a 150% reward for several lines, and the 122B has a 140%, which is pretty low. But then you got the light tank, which is a 1.3.
You're not running premium, right?
No, not right now.
Right.
It's like, it's all like either 1.5 or lower.
Yeah.
For the turn payouts, which I find annoying.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. And it's like, it doesn't even, it's like, I've noticed that with all the higher tiers, they don't, like, like 10.3 to 11.0, they don't make as much.
No, they're designed like that.
Yeah.
For many reasons. One of the reasons that was actually pretty cool, that was brought up by Riot Act a few months ago, that I didn't even think about, was one of the things of creating or maintaining a healthy player base is being able to make sure that the people who play the game a lot don't just play high tier stuff, right?
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
One of the mechanisms to try and fix that is by doing it so at high tiers you don't make as much SL, so therefore people are kind of forced in a way to go to low BRs to be able to make SL for the higher tier stuff.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with playing the cheese wedge, but when it starts wiggling, it gets annoying. It becomes almost unplayable at range.
Yeah, that is fair.
I mean, when that happens, you kind of just gotta say, you know what? I'm gonna go rush like a light tank.
Have a good time, man.
It's worked. Some cases. Except when you bump into a mouse. And it's like, oh, hi there. Your cheese. Give me.
That's fair. Do you think they'll bring that back, by the way, for the anniversary?
The mouse?
They brought it back last year.
Yeah, I think the mouse is, like, I think some players will find a lot of frustration in it because The E100 is a lot faster than it. The mouse is slow, but it's hilarious when you just got, like, when you're in a 8.3 game. You got ATGMs, all these saber rounds, bombs, just bouncing right off. It's really funny. The mouse, its actual usefulness is it takes forever to get to a point.
Yeah.
It's slow, but it has a pretty punchy gun, and it's got that secondary, which you can actually get a few kills with if you get good hits. I think they'll definitely bring it back because they want to give new players a chance to get it as well.
Yeah.
And I think overall, it has its drawbacks, has its benefits, and it's just overall a fun vehicle to play.
Yeah, I'd agree. I wish they never took out in the first place. I don't think they should have. I would have rather them just smash it up in BR a bunch instead of take it out.
Yeah, because even at high BR, it could still sort of fight back.
Yeah, but also it would actually be available for people to play.
Yeah. Because I kind of get, like, before, like, when they took it out, is kind of in a really hard spot to, like, make, like, it enjoyable for most players.
Yeah.
Because if you put it down too low, it's unkillable, pretty much. And it's just a beast. If you put it too high, it's too easy to kill because of all the higher penning rounds. So you have to find that very thin line. And I think right now, even though I'm kind of sad that they took it out of the tech tree, I think right now it's kind of like right on that line. Because, yeah, there's been some rounds where I get immediately killed in it. But there's been rounds where I'm just tanking several shots and having an entire team back up. It's like the mouse is, if you get into a good game, you can carry with it. Which generally, yeah. It's a really weird spot.
Yeah, which is probably why it was removed, right?
Yeah.
Like thinking about it. It's just in an awkward
impossible
place.
to balance correctly.
Yeah. Which is why, yeah, as I said, I would have just smashed it up in BR and just say, well, it's never going to be balanced, but, you know, at least
more balanced
people
here.
can play, you know.
Yeah. Throughout, back before they added all these fancy MBTs and supersonic jets, I remember back before all of that, right before Sweden, I remember when they first added them, it was kind of like, okay, you got these supersonic jets fighting these
guys. Get your
jets that
in.
can barely go 500. That was definitely a fun time.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I've always enjoyed like the 7.0 to the 8.0 area for jets. Personally. That's like been my like kind of stomping ground in a way. Like that's where I've been having fun with it. Ooh.
Yeah, for me, I love playing my Dragon and Vigan.
Yeah.
But I also do like playing the J28B, which is an amazing plane. Sure, it's not the fastest thing, but it does turn really well, and it's got a lot of firepower. Overall. So I think with the new update coming out and everything, Israel becoming a nation, which I know it's coming and I can't stop it. No one can. It's going to be added regardless of anyone's complaining.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem to have enough vehicles. Like it's going to be China 2.0 for 90% of its tech tree. And then you're going to have the actual MBTs up top.
The thing is, a lot of people would say the same about Sweden, though, right?
I mean, Sweden?
Yeah.
It's not really copy and paste.
Well, it's not copy paste, but it doesn't have a lot of vehicles.
Yeah. And right now, it's ground tree. There's a lot of room, but I think it has a good bit of vehicles. It's got a good like top tier lineup.
Yeah.
Right,
So
several
will
lower
Israel.
tiers work with higher. And the low tier lineups are alright, but it's missing like that 3.3, 3.7 bracket completely.
Yeah.
Which from the leak list a few months ago, right, where they're gonna add like more Cheery M40 whatevers with the bigger guns. If those get added, I think those will fit in that BR bracket.
Yeah, they could do actually. Yeah, there was the PVKV4, wasn't there? That was one that was put around the place. I think yeah, I mean, looking at ground stuff, I think that's fair, but at least for Israel right now, like aviation's gonna come first, right? So we're gonna have to see what that tech tree looks like. So when? Probably next week.
Yeah. Especially for this, I noticed grinding the Swedish, you have to get all the planes to like in one bracket to advance to the next.
Exactly.
Because there's just so few. I wish they'd flush it out a bit more.
I wish Sweden built more planes.
I mean, fair enough.
Like, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't know how much more you can actually flesh it out.
I mean, they did. There was a prototype of the J-36, but that's a almost Mark III capable nuclear bomber that would just hold nuclear bombs. So
Grand.
that would
that
really
would be very useful.
I mean, it looks pretty cool. It's kind of like a nuclear bomber version of an SR-71.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, it'd be definitely fun to try catching.
They could put a ton of like British planes in the tech tree technically if they wanted to, but
yeah,
once again, I don't think people would be happy with that.
Yeah, because I know when we start seeing, we're probably in the next year or so, we're probably going to be seeing like F-14s, F-16s, F-15s, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah, and then probably a J-39 Gripen. Probably.
That would be the last big vehicle for Sweden, though, right? They'd probably want to hold
currently.
off on that.
Yeah, that's their...
that's like their top dog right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember reading a lot of reports that's the one they're trying to sell to people.
Yeah, because the Swedish... Some of the reasons why they kind of buy others is because it's cheaper than making their own, and they've had, like, their economies was struggling for a long while.
Yeah, I mean, most nations do it nowadays, right? Yeah. They just buy the nation stuff. It's just how it is.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, so there's no guarantee we can make anything better right now.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a lot more expensive to try. And if it fails, that's a lot of wasted money.
True.
So we're just going to buy, say, like an export Abrams, a Leopard here, some T-80s, a Bob Simple. Hey, if those were available for sale, I'd buy one.
I hope they do a special event for it. I think that'll be pretty fun.
That'd be hilarious.
Like, I don't know if there's like a New Zealand anniversary day or something. Maybe they could do it for that.
Agreed. Although, I've noticed, like, playing Sweden, it's always, like, light, medium tanks.
That's never going to happen, Dismantle.
Right, and MBTs.
Trust me. I've been here for years.
And you got the occasional tank destroyer. An SPA, but it's just missing heavies.
Yeah. Once again, we got the age-old question. What did they buy, or what did they make which were heavy tanks?
Well, they actually did make a few prototypes.
Please, don't. Are we about to go into the Emil series? Go ahead, say it.
Well, the thing is, the Kranwagen, the Hall, turret, and gun were built. There were several halls built for it, in fact.
There it is.
The turret, there was a prototype with a turret, gun, and hull attached to each other, but it was rejected because they thought the 120mm cannon was too weak and the turret was too weak. So they took that off. But there has been a fully built prototype of the Kranwagen.
No, there hasn't. Do you have any pictures of this thing?
I'll have to pull some up.
Is it the one with like the gun strapped to it, but not the turret?
I know there was a turret. Right, I did. There was one point where I looked like pretty deep into it, and there was that one like kind of. It's like a 60-degree, more like 50-degree turret, like wedge turret on it. At one point.
Yeah, that one is the mock-up. Like the if you're talking about that one, there's like a mock-up one where they built like one of the earlier meals, which was like as I said, a wooden mock-up. The other one is like the hull, and then it has the gun strapped to it. But that gun is it's the 105, and it was used post project, and it was used to test the STRV 103 ideas. So that's basically where those come from. So I remember back in the day, like reading through all of these things, and like going through them, you know.
Yeah, because like it could have been I mistook the wooden mock-up version, the wooden mock-up turret that was on the Kranwagen hull as the actual turret. Because it looked to have been. They definitely have.
There was never the Kranwagen. The Kranwagen never had the turret or the gun built on the chassis, and I'm pretty sure it never had the turret done. They finished the whole of the damn thing, that's in a museum. But yeah, that's it, because it was a waste of money. It's basically the best way of putting it.
Yeah, because they thought it was going to be like, oh, it's going to be this amount, which we can do, but it ended up being way over budget.
Yeah. So the question is, if you want stuff like that in, are you okay with like unfinished prototypes and stuff? Like, would you like to see that stuff, or how would you like them to do that?
I mean, there's been a lot of designs which, like for the Kranwagen at least, we do have some, because they did make
the Emil series, right? Like 1, 2, 3, like those ones. Because the Kranwagen was like the third Emil, basically. Yeah. Okay.
That one they did put like a weighted cylinder on where the turret should go for testing.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Because we do have the numbers from those tests. Like they did all that testing right there. It's just turret traverse speed, elevation, depression angle, reload time, what kind of reload mechanism it was if it had one.
Yeah, all the important stuff.
Yeah, but there is the driving characteristics of it as well.
Yeah, because the special thing about the Kranwagen was the ridiculous autoloader it was supposed to have, but it never had, because designers lie. I think is the best way of putting it.
Really optimistic.
They wanted a 2-second reload on a 150mm, I think it was.
150?
Yeah, because there's 3 separate caliber of guns that they were looking to put on the thing. Yeah. They never decided on which one to go for. But it's
then that led to the band cannon.
Yeah.
What should be added.
Yeah,
I think that'd be a balanced piece of direct impact artillery that can fire its entire magazine in like what, a minute?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. It's a
fastest firing artillery piece there was.
Yeah. And then you can get stuff like the South African thing that I forget its name, where it's like the longest range one. That one looks really fun. I just can't remember what it's called. That'd be cool.
Then we can get the I know there's a modern artillery truck, which could set up. It looks really nice. Don't know what nation it's for though.
Yeah.
I just kind of watched their, like, the manufacturer made a video on it, showing it off.
Was it a BAE thing or?
No. Let's see.
Yeah, that one base would be really fun. The Udes XX or whatever it's called. Have you seen that? The Swedish vehicle, which is like a 2-piece, and it's got like an axle in the middle of it. Yeah, that would be a funky vehicle to have.
Yeah, that would definitely be interesting. And I've looked at that a lot. I'm like, okay, so this is, I can't remember the exact name for its, like, that kind of design. But the US also came up with one of those kind of designs, which was like chicken hen, is what it was named.
Right.
I think those kind of tanks would be definitely interesting to see. They do have their advantages with, like, terrain, but it's also higher ground pressure and whatnot, and
yeah,
the ability for that thing just to poke its gun out because it's raised. So just poke over a hill, fire a few shells. The worst that's going to happen to you is your barrel gets hit. Then you're just going to have to go back down and repair it.
Yeah, that's true.
With everything going on, I'm pretty content with what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But I wish they would add a bit more. And also there's some vehicles which I know everyone wants the A10 Warthog, but where is it going to fit? Because it's got the 30mm cannon in front.
Yeah.
It's got the suspended armament, but its maneuverability and speed. So it's a flying gun with a tub attached to it for the pilot.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think it's gonna do very well in the game.
Yeah, especially
with the Maverick nerf they just did.
Yeah, and then it's designed to stop, like, small arms fire, maybe some machine guns from tanks, but if any missile AA hits it, it's gonna go down, regardless. But I think it's be interesting, but I don't really think it has a place.
No, I mean they're probably trying to work that out too, right? Like I'm guessing the model's ready and everything's, just gonna see what they do.
Yeah, because the US has enough CAS aircraft. Like, it has an abundance of them.
Yeah.
It's like, if you put it too low, it's going to be an absolute monster. If you put it too high, it's going to be useless.
Pretty much.
Probably around, it could fit at like 9.7 as just purely ground attack. But it did have air-to-air missiles on it. So it's kind of like trying to figure out where that go at this point is kind of impossible.
Yeah, I have no idea where they're going to fit it. I don't think they're going to be able to. Like, it's just like the Su-25 as well. That one's going to be super hard to fit in the game just because of what its weaponry is designed to do. The A10 will be a little bit more flexible, but I'm sure we'll see stuff like over the next year or so. Like, I thought we would see it this year, but unless it's in the last update, it looks like that's not going to be the case. We're coming up to the end of the time. Do you have any ending things that you want to chat about?
Some ending things. Let's see. I think with everything that's happened, there's been a lot of complaining, right? Because people like, oh, this could do this could be here. I think we should all like as a community, chill out a little bit, not to get overhyped, and not to start being like, oh, I hate the devs, get them, mob them, sick them with the dogs. Right? We shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
All right? We should all, because if we all get together, right, and say one thing, we don't send mixed messages where Gaijin doesn't know what to do with. If we all say, hey, we want this thing, we can work together as a community to show the devs what we want. And I know there's some people who even made like models and whatnot. They could help out as well.
Mm.
Right? As a community, we can help build the game further and take it the direction we want to go.
Yeah, collective action. It's a good idea.
Exactly. And with this new update, I've seen a lot of people complaining about it, right? Like, oh no, craters at spawn are going to stop people. But they have to think, if there's a crater at spawn and you got tanks that can go hull down, that makes the spawn a little bit more defendable because it actually adds a position.
Yep.
You have to think of it at both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's fair.
Because I'm really excited for being able to dig a hole to China. Right? Yeah. I know there's like a limit of like a meter or two, but I can dream.
It's still really cool. Like,
and you can build bridges with
cool
it.
Feature. Oh yeah, you can do the bridge thing. Yeah.
Yeah, especially on the like jungle map, where you got all that water in the middle. You can actually make your own bridges and go across. So, and that gives the engineering vehicle, right, the AVRE, that gives it purpose in the game.
Yes.
Besides being of, you can't see me, I can't see you, but I can hit you. Which I've seen my fair share of people getting really mad at seeing one of those at top tier. It's just something my buddy does. He brings it up top tier and somehow gets kills. And now he can build entrenchments for everyone. I think this game's going in a good direction, but there's some repair. Like, there's definitely its downs, but it has a lot more ups than downs right now.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
I think that's kind of my stance on the game right now. Is there's a lot to improve on, but overall, I think it's going in a good direction. And if we all get together as a community and not start raging at the developers because of one little thing,
we're all here together,
and we all get together as one voice, we can get a lot of stuff done really quickly.
I agree. Hopefully we can do that at some point. I don't know how, but maybe one day. I mean, the best thing they can do is like through polls and stuff like that, right? Like, I think that's the way to go.
I think as well, polls are really underused card that could be heavily utilized. Like, they give players like maybe 1, 2, 3 choices, and they have a list of like vehicles or mechanics you can select from, and like 2 of each or something.
Yeah.
I think something like that would definitely help organize the community.
Yeah, I think so too. Hopefully we get one for this next update, because we normally get like 1 or 2, at least for it in general.
And I swear, if I hear one more, oh, at the F14, I'm going to F14 someone's house. I'm sick of hearing about F14. People complaining about it.
Well, you know how it is. I've been hearing stuff like that for years, so I'm kind of numb to it now. My brain has given up on stuff like that. Whoop. Whoopa. All right, brother. Well, thanks for coming on, man. Like, it's been a great chat.
Thanks for allowing me to come on.
Don't worry about it. You're more than welcome. If you want to come on again in the future, you know, just make sure to come along, man.
Yep. I don't have documents that next time.
Oh, God. Got to watch out for them. They're scary. All right, brother. See you later.
See you.
All right, the next person we have is Panzer Soldat, but before we get done on that, we have a few things to do. and I've clicked off the room because I'm a donut. So let's just do that again. There we go. So first of all, it's been announced that the planned technical works are going to be tomorrow. So it looks like the Day of Reckoning is upon us once again. So there's that. It's going to be at 8 GMT. So that means I'll be streaming pretty early, which will be fun. And then also we have a dinosaur fact that we have to go through. So the dinosaur fact is through mosasaurs, ichthyosaurs, pterosaurs, plesiosaurs, and dimetrodon. They're commonly believed to be dinosaurs, but they're not technically dinosaurs. The term dinosaur refers to just land-dwelling reptiles that have a specific hip structure, among other traits. So there you go. There's your dino fact for the day. Right, let's get the next person on whose pans are sold at. So let's see what's going on with him. There we go. I'll try and land this thing.
Hello, Tech.
Hello, how are you?
And boy, do I have a list for you.
Wonderful, let's get started.
Okay, so the first one. I had an idea of a heavy tech mechanic. Specifically for heavy. Most people are gonna not like this because I got it from World of Tanks. But it's if you hear it through, it's pretty good. So I'm naming it the adjustable governor. You know what a governor is on an engine? It keeps the speed from getting too high, like on a lawnmower.
It's like it's a limiter, basically, right?
Yeah. So I want them to add a mechanic of an adjustable governor for heavy tank. So the idea is you have to research it. Actually no. You don't have. I don't know if I want people to research it or not, because let's say no research. So you don't have to research it. Okay. The idea is you can technically adjust your governor to make your RPM of your engine go up, which means you are faster, you're more maneuverable. But in turn, over time, this hurts your engine.
Okay.
So let's say you get 20%,
like WEP, right? Wave.
Yeah, basically WEP for heavy tanks.
Right.
So like let's say, just because I know how slow it is, the Conqueror. The Conqueror in its lower RPMs and lower gears is pretty slow, but once it gets up to the higher RPMs and higher gears, it's a train. It's pretty much a train until you have to turn.
Yeah.
So I want to basically be able to hit the button for adjust to adjust your governor. You get, let's say, 500 extra RPM or horsepower. I don't know which one I want it to be yet, because I don't want to give something like the IS-6, which is actually kind of fast. So much horsepower, it becomes basically a light tank with really good armor at 7.0. But you get a boost to either RPMs or horsepower, and you move faster. But let's say you have a timer of 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, your engine goes yellow. You don't get the debuffs of like, your engine is 25% hurt, so you make 25% less horsepower, so you're slower. You don't get those yet.
Yeah.
But as soon as you turn it off, all of the debuffs hit you at once. So basically it goes yellow, orange, red, and then black. Once it's at black, your engine dies. You have to repair your engine, but you can't just get it to yellow and then repair it back to clear again. It only goes one way until it's black, and then it goes all the way back to white again. It's like if somebody shot you in the engine and you repaired your engine. Like, I mostly want to see it for things that are super slow. Like something that would benefit from it would be the mouse would benefit from it.
Yeah. basically giving it a little bit more acceleration, right?
But I'm also thinking about extending it to like heavy tank destroyers, like the T-95. Like the T-95 could use it pretty well. Because was it like 17 forward or something like that? 21. It's super low.
Yeah.
But it's like something like. But when I say extend it to heavy tank destroyers, I class the Ferdinand as a heavy tank destroyer because it's almost impenetrable from the front for things of its same BR. But I wouldn't give it to the Ferdinand because the Ferdinand's actually kind of fast. But that's it for that. The next one is The Adventures of the Flying Brick. So, I don't know if you remember, but I think like a day ago, I messaged you in your stream that, hey, I have the Javelin.
Yes.
So, my first 6 matches didn't go too well. I died 5 times, and a team killed 2 people. But the weirdest part is, about one of my team. The funny one thing is, my first 6 matches, I was squatted with one of my friends. So
yeah,
I was using the radar slaving, not radar slaving, but it helps it find which plane you're going on to from a group of planes. I was locked onto a G91R3. My friend came down and murked the G91R3. Radar slaving was still onto the G91. I already fired my missile, but he crossed the path of my missile, and the missile turned for him instead of following the radar slaving to the G91, which was dead, but the radar slaving was still there.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it not an absolute radar slaving, or is that just for initial
IR guided, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But I would think that since the radar does affect the seeker head, because like the seeker head moves once you radar slave something and it starts locking. I would have thought that it could still show what target it's supposed to go to.
Make sure to predict, guys.
Kind of like not the semi-activator homing missiles, but like some of the other ones that like they're IR missiles.
Yeah.
But you can basically you can shoot it off even if something crosses its path, as long as the radar lock doesn't cross with the other plane, it doesn't turn away. I thought it was one of those.
I'm not sure. I don't know as much about the fire streak, so I thought it seems to me, at least the way it works in game, is very similar to the AIM-9E, where you get a radar lock in the first place, and then the radar lock helps you lock with the missile, and then once the missile's gone, it's it's all up to it to do its own thing.
Okay, yeah.
But
that would make more sense.
Know. No, I did the dinosaur fact, Abby.
The next thing is the cheese wedge.
Mm.
The engines.
Yes.
Like, so many times I'm playing the cheese wedge, somebody shoots through my side, and my engines die, but both my engines die. But I know that, but I checked like the replay from their point of view, and it's like they only their round should have only killed one engine because it didn't go through to the next engine.
Right.
So then I looked into the damage model, and I found out the STRV's damage models for the engines are coupled for some reason.
Mm. So if
but when but when I went and really did some research on the engines, it never said if one engine died, both engine dies. It just said to work at full capacity, both engines have to be running. Then again, I believe the turbine, when you're in hull aiming mode, the turbine controls hull aiming.
Does it have only one shaft on it?
No, if I'm gonna look at it right now, just to make sure I know what I'm saying. It's like two engines connected to one transmission by like a gear system.
Right.
But that's just me looking at it. Because what it looks like is the engine looks like Yeah, it's like two engines with a housing connected to a housing that basically connects to the transmission. So if one engine dies, the other engine should still be able to power most functions at a lower rate.
Yeah, maybe.
Because like if I don't know if you're in a match because I'm not really watching your stream right now, but if you want to look at it after, you'll see what I'm saying. Where it's not like they both connect to one shaft and both shafts go to the transmission. Yeah. They're both connected to the transmission. So if the transmission dies, you shouldn't be able to move. But if one engine dies, you should be able to still use your other engine. But
could be definitely worth a bug report. See what they say about it.
Also, a quirky thing about the STRV, you can still pivot when repairing things.
Yes. Yeah, you can.
Which is weird.
Yeah,
like
I don't know what.
The first time, like something like my breach died because I got shot in the side, and I turned on hull aiming, and I started fixing it. I turned on hull aiming, and it snapped to them. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like I was so confused. I'm like, shouldn't I technically just be dead? And then it happened like twice, and the third time I'm like, oh, so it's acting like the entire tank's the turret, so you technically don't. It just stops you from motion, but not from turning.
Yeah,
which makes a little bit more sense, but scared the hell out of me the first time. And then, I didn't actually finish my adventures with Flying Brick. So today, I played 4 missions with the same friend I played with the day before.
Right.
And I got 3 kills.
Nice.
I got a missile kill on a MiG-15. No. 3 kills. I got a missile kill on the A4B going back to base, a missile kill on a MiG-15, and in the match, I killed an IL-28 by spraying him down with like 300 bullets from like 2 kilometers away.
Yeah.
But I missed like most of the bullets until I got to like half a kilometer, and then he just exploded. But
hey, Fatty boy, nice to see you.
Else? So, if you remember, like a week ago, when you were talking with Alex, I had Alex tell you about I wanted you to look over a suggestion I wanted to make. So
about what?
The Simbus. It's like a Belgian Ratel made for Malaysia. So it's a Belgian. So I need to put out some more things because I found more variants that could be added.
Right.
So it's a Belgian Ratel. Well, the ASV-90 with the cockerel. It's a Belgian Ratel made for Malaysia. And the Mertel and the Simbus AFSV-90 are both made off of the same prototype that made the Ratels and this. But I have found some weird, you could say coincidences, or more like espionage, if you thought about it.
Right.
So the ASV-90 was only used for the Malaysian market. They offered multiple variants. There was a variant that had the DEFA D921 90mm low pressure cannon and a turret adopted from the Panhard AML-90.
Right.
Which would basically mean it's a Belgium-made Ratel 90. But there's also a South African-made Ratel 90.
Yes.
And then there's another variant. Yeah, no. This one's a DEFA-made gun. The ASV-90 is the one with it has a different turret. Like it's like a fish bed thing. You have the same hull. You swap out turrets.
Right.
So then there's the one with Cockerel 90, which I have I have all the information I need on it. I also found
the Rattle, the
a
South African
I
vehicle.
found a website. I don't know if I have it bookmarked, but it actually had like ballparks on how the Cockerel 30 should actually how it should function, like pen against armor and ERA and stuff like that. But I don't think I can find it in a short amount of. But I've also found a version. I found a mention of. There's another weird, maybe espionage thing. There's a variant that had a bank of hot or Milan missiles.
This is the
I haven't been able to find any or any pictures or videos on it. But when I look it up and I look at the hot missile and other versions of it, it looks like it would basically be the same as the ZT-3.
And Max, nice to see you.
The South African ZT-3, just with hot missile, with a way to get a hot ammo on. But I haven't really found anything on that, so I'm not going to be suggesting that until I can find more on it. And then the last one would be, actually I have two more. I have found mention of a Simbus that has a twin 20mm AA variant. I found a picture, a decent, like it's pretty grainy, but I found a decent picture, and I haven't been able to find any other information on it. Like, I've also found a mention of one that has a single 20mm for also a anti-air purpose.
Do you think it was like a prototype thing?
I have no idea. That's the thing, because from what the wiki said, a menagerie of other variants were offered for export for not adopted. But it doesn't. I've looked at a bunch of sites. It never said if they built them. I found evidence of them, of ones that seem like it, that seem like they're the same thing. Like the one I'm looking for was for the 20mm. It looks like it. Like I can, if you want me to send you the picture, it looks like it. It looks like it has twin 20mm. It looks like it has enough elevation to be used as an SPAA, but I haven't found any information on it. So I have actually found the manufacturer's email, and I'm trying to balance, should I ask to see if they would give me any specifics on the AA variant, because nobody adopted it. So it's not like it should be classified or anything.
Sure, why not? Like, what's the worst
so nobody wanted it. Yeah.
Yeah, might as well shoot them an email.
So, and then the last one, actually a kind of recent showing of using the Simbus. It was actually in 2010, where the company showed the Simbus chassis, the mounted LCT at 90mm system by Cockerel. It's a 90mm medium pressure. From what I researched, it was a Belgium-Ukrainian collaboration, so that they could shoot the Falarik 90 missile. And when looking for the Falarik 90 missile, there was a place where when I looked at it, it said it was supposed to be like a toe, I think.
What type trees would you put these in?
Just for their similarities, I would put it in Britain.
Right.
Simply because, like, if you look at a picture of the Simbus, well, there's multiple Simbus variants, but the Simbus that looks like a Ratel, then you look at the Ratel, it's literally the exact same thing. Like there's no change. But another thing is the fact that it's made by Belgium means it could be put in the German tech tree. But with them adding the newest weasels, why would they put it there?
Yeah, why would they put it there?
Yeah, so it's like, so you just add a big fat weasel when you have a small little weasel.
Yeah, but
there's no reason to.
No, and then why would they add a Belgian vehicle to Germany? Like, what's the reason?
No specific reason. It's just
fair enough.
It's one of those things like if they could add it to any tech tree in this game, including the Israel tech tree that's come in, the only two places that you could technically add them that have technically ties would be Germany or Britain.
Right.
Specifically Britain, with them already having the Ratel, basically the chassis of it, and it's just basically a matter of swapping out turrets. So they would really have to do is swap out turrets, put them wherever they see fit, and that would be it.
Yeah.
But I couldn't really see any of these being above. Probably the one with the Farik being 9.3, but I would so hesitate. I would hesitate so much putting it there because from what I know, from what I've seen, it has commander thermals, gunner thermals, gun stabilization, commander optic stabilization, what's it called? Its fire control system basically can what's it called? Like you can be on the move and it'll basically tell you where to shoot to hit somebody this far away. And with the follow rate missile, it's set its maximum range is 4 kilometers with a maximum flight time of 14. Laser beam guided, tandem hollow charge, penetration behind ERA not less than 560. So it's like
seems pretty good.
Like it seems pretty good, but then you think of what it was going against, like the Brennis, like the Brennis, the T90s. Its missile would be useless unless you were out of the cone, which most missiles at that BR aren't laser guided, so most of them don't have to worry about that.
Hey, I'll do you guys a deal. If you can get a picture of me yawning and send it to me, I'll make a techie yawn emote.
From the cannon, but for the missile, I could see, just from the missile, I could see it being lower, because the missile should technically be the highest penning round that it gets.
Right.
Like, period dot. Because it'd be like either Ratel or the, I don't think there's anything else that's, the WMA, that's the one. It'd be like the WMA. You have APFSDS, but you still have the missile that penned almost 2 times as much. And it being 550 behind ERA shouldn't be that much different from the Warrior with its Milan 2s that technically get 730 base flat at any range. So there's so much things I haven't found just yet that I can't specifically put a place for it. I know it would be lower than 9.7, but I know it'd be higher than most likely 8.0 because it gets APFSDS. So not knowing the pen, I couldn't place it any better.
So you said you're putting a suggestion together for this thing, right?
Yeah. I am putting I'm going to be doing it in November because that's when I don't have work.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so that's the entire thing. And also, do I put each variant as its own suggestion, or do I put it as a bundled one, like where I can basically tell about the Ratel chassis, how not the Ratel, but how the Ratel and this was made off the same chassis. Put the obligatory polls in there for which tech tree, what VR, premium or tech tree, and all the stuff like that, and then basically split them off in that one big overarching suggestion for the different variants and what's different between them, what they would have to technically model, and stuff like that. Because putting four different singular ones when they're all made on the same CPU rather than making one and just talking about the different turrets, which seem kind of stupid because you have to reintroduce it every time.
What Cade used to do, who was the guy who did similar stuff to this, is he would make individual topics and then he would make one topic which links all of them together, basically. So that's how he would do the whole thing.
Okay.
I don't know if he's made any recently. I haven't really been looking.
That's all I really have. But later in the game, I could definitely see maybe all the other Simba's variants. Wait.
Simba!
Wait a minute. Give me one. Ha! I've been saying it wrong this entire time. Sibmas. Sibmas.
Yeah,
the other Sibmas. Yeah, Sibmas.
Hey, Sean Ramsey, nice to see you.
Like the best part about finding this thing is I actually went to the Cockerel website. Like they have a website, and they literally have like a brochure of the Cockerel of like the different variants. You can basically go look up the 90mm low pressure, the CSC 90mm low pressure, straight from their website. Yeah. I don't know. I'm probably running out of time, but I'm gonna pull up this PDF right quick because it might have what I'm actually looking for the gun. There's a fire of kilometers. Oh, here it is. I found it. So the Cockerel CSC 90 low pressure should be the Cockerel Mark III, which should be one of the lowest ones, not including the AA variant. Will have APFSDS with a velocity of 1200 meters a second, with 100 millimeters of penetration. I think RHA is like the reactive armor, but I'm not completely sure. With RHA penetration,
rolled homogeneous armor.
Yeah, okay, rolled homogeneous armor at 1,000 meters of 100 millimeters at 60 degrees NATO. I guess that's NATO now. But you should get APS, heat, hash, and HG with access to possible canister round, and a smoke round. So the heat is supposed to be 130 millimeters rolled homogeneous at 60 degrees with a velocity of 865, and hash would be 800 meters a second, and it doesn't really give a number. But HE is 700 meters a second with a lethal radius of 15 meters. It has a bunch of other things about all they put inside of it, like how it's actually compatible with a bunch of different things. Like it looks like there's an M113 with a Cockerel 3 turret and gun on it. The turret is possible that it has day-night sight, laser rangefinder, and a ballistic computer, and multi-purpose grenade launcher. That's basically it. I don't think there's any other thing that would.
Yeah, it sounds kind of interesting. I just don't know what Tetra you put them in right now.
Commander control also. And this is just Cockerel 3, which is really. And the best part about this is the Rattel was made by South Africa, and the ones on the Rattel chassis with the cockle guns were made to be marketed to South America and South Africa. So they were basically marketing a turret.
Cool.
Well, a turret system.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of funny. But that's all I really have.
Well, thanks for sharing it, man. I look forward to seeing the suggestion. Hopefully it gets made.
Work starts in 3 days! I'll have to start putting things together after my last day of work. Well, actually on Monday, 1st November. But thanks for having me on.
That's all right, man. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for coming.
And you will always see me in the stars, javelin coming down at 660 miles an hour with no wings, straight to the ground. I have crashed. I have broken my wings 8 times. I have broken my wings 8 times.
Well, hopefully there won't be a 9th.
Oh, there's gonna be a 9th. The fact that I can break my wings means there's gonna be a 9th. Have a good day.
See you later, brother. Alright, the next person we have on is DePhoenix. So let's get DePhoenix on and see what he wants to chat about today. Oh, gotta kill that guy. There we go. Gotta do this. Hello, DePhoenix. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine. Thank you very much. How are you? And chat, I hope you are also fine.
I'm doing alright. Looking forward to the update tomorrow. I'll have to see what it entails. Should be pretty fun to look at.
Yeah, I read the news like 2 hours ago, and I wanted to talk about it as first one, but you came straight before the last guy came in. You told us about it and destroyed my dream.
I mean, it happens, man.
Well, to be honest, today I'm here just to chat, just to talk a little bit.
Sure.
Don't have specific topics I want to check or something like this.
I was kind of worried. I was kind of wondering how New World was going for you.
Oh, pretty fine, but the marketplace is already cramped. It's like for iron.
Hey Jimmy, nice to see you.
Pay like, I don't know, for a single iron bar it's 3.25 gold.
Right.
And for platinum you pay like 0.01 gold. So I don't know if that's right. And
it seems a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, if you try to grind some jobs like engineer or something else it's way cheaper just to build the things in iron instead of converting them to the higher material. So there's no reason to pay for it and stuff other materials in it just to get the same amount of experience.
Yeah.
That's the only few things I can add about New World. And everything else, I'm pretty surprised that I like this game so much. I think I break from War Thunder like about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks. And yeah, well, my stats looks right now pretty awful. I dropped from 68% on the team, the leaderboard, down to 60. But maybe that's because I spayed a whole lot of vehicles since I play War Thunder a little bit more, and this tech tree, the planes are pretty awful. I almost said awful. Pretty nice. The only thing is the engines of the, I think it's the J21. They overheat so quickly, can't use web on it. My opinion. I don't know if somebody else has different experience with it, but yeah.
I've had a similar issue to that personally. It's yeah, it overheats super quick. You got to be real careful with it.
Yeah, and the only thing I hate right now is I think like 20 games I try to kill the last bomber I need for my daily task. I didn't face a single one since I killed 2. And it's a little bit annoying, but I swear I didn't want to rant about anything today. Just came here to chat a little bit.
Oh, that's fair. Are you gonna do the new battle pass? Or are you just gonna leave this
I don't think so. I also missed the last 2. Because I don't know, the tasks were not so in my favor. The ship's task, the naval task. It's to be honest, War Thunder's naval is a little bit too slow.
Oh, I understand. Yeah,
it feels too
That's
heavy.
Why I play arcade.
Yeah, I prefer. Yeah, maybe I try some arcade, but right now I'm more like, okay, I play lovelier of warships instead of War Thunder naval.
Yeah.
And I think the T-18B2 got, I don't know, a new damage model or something like this. I did an awkward turn today, like I pulled up again with like 450 kilometers per hour and tapped the Q button, so I get a little bit tail wiggling, so I can't get so easily shoot. And I don't know why, but in this moment it ripped both of my wings.
Unlucky.
Well, the F-82 that passed me in the second just laughed in chat and said he tried to shoot me but didn't get the shot off.
Yeah.
And yeah, but my wings just disappeared.
Goddamn, unlucky. Yeah, I've had some real issues recently with the instructor, where I've been trying to roll and rudder at the same time, because it's a trick I used to do before, because it basically means that you can turn a little bit quicker than you used to normally, but at the same time, sometimes the rudder doesn't cooperate on a lot of vehicles, so it's becoming a little bit harder to do, so I might just keep doing the elevator and aileron thing. That seems to be the way to go.
Just try also with the ailerons to close the turn rate to make it a little bit closer to the enemy. But I also recently got some issues that I don't know why my plane just crashed. It's like it would turn a little bit too much.
Yeah.
A Saber something like CL-13 or the F-86.
Do you have the boosters installed on it?
On what?
The F-86.
Not really. The hydraulic boosters, you mean, or what do you?
So on modifications, the tier 2, the first one on the left.
Yeah. Like in German, it's the compressor.
No, it's not that. I'll have a look at it, but it's the one which means that you can roll better. So you can roll more.
The hydraulic.
Yeah.
In German,
Yeah, it's normally best to uninstall that. It's because it actually pushes you too far, and if you're not used to it, you're what's the word? Your wings will just come off. It's really infuriating.
I loved to play the CL-13 back in the days, and I also unchecked the box for the hydraulic modification, so it wouldn't drop the wings so easily. It's also on my G91 I did it, and I don't know on what plane else, but the Sabers, I have to look at it. Don't know. I'm not really sure if I unchecked the box.
Yeah, I've been doing it with basically everything now, even the Super Mister the other day. Like I'm I don't know. I'm not in the mood to try and find out the perfect way of turning that damn thing. I'd rather just kind of chill and... Yeah, it's called New Boosters, yeah. It is in English, but obviously in German it's going to be different.
Yeah. I also realized, since I worked for Amazon, people buy so randomly stuff. like I don't know, some not even books, you know, some notice books, so where you can just write a single thing, single time. And sometimes you remember names, you know exactly this one just ordered a new notice book.
Maybe they keep losing the other one.
Who knows? But I'm also one of these people. I buy my Kellogg's Frosties from it.
Oh, fair.
Cornflakes, and but the good thing is on Amazon you get it like for €1 cheaper, maxi packet, and it's, I don't know, per week one of these packages for breakfast. On days like this where I don't have to work,
hey Panzer,
I
nice
simply eat a bowl of logs to dinner.
Oh, fair.
It's like breakfast for dinner. These are things I started to do after I left my mom's home.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's not the best advice to eat this cereals for breakfast, for dinner, but a small little piece of kid inside of you that orders you the cereals right now.
Yeah, I've been eating a lot of basically for breakfast now. I've been having like the Kellogg's flakes, like the corn flakes, like you're talking about. I've been eating them, and then every I don't know, 3 or 4 days I have like just a ton of eggs as well, like 3 or 4 eggs, which has been pretty nice. But I mean, the one thing like with the Amazon stuff that I saw recently, like they're obviously becoming like a big food provider, you know, kind of like a supermarket now. But one thing I saw is there was one of the areas, I can't remember where it was, but they threw away so much food. Like it was an insane amount of food they were throwing away, like every day, because of the expiry dates and stuff, right?
We have some supermarkets around the corner, and they have like, yeah, when there's a specific date where all the things would expire, it's called, it's too good to throw it away into the trash.
Yeah.
And they give it to people that are in need.
Oh, do they? Oh, that's good.
People who lost their work and now get some, in Germany it's called Hartz IV. It's like the minimum amount of money that you get from the government, so you can survive and maybe get a new job or something like this.
Yeah.
And most of them have also children and stuff like this and can't afford such big amount of food they should. And these are like brand products that they spend. And yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, because I know at least in England and in Canada, it's illegal to do that. Like it's illegal to give food away after it's expired. Yeah, like supermarkets can get in super big trouble for that stuff.
Yeah, the thing is, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
Please. Okay, they get this one day before it's get expired, so they can give the people, like they are, what's called in English, it's I don't know. It's
Just describe it.
Couple of people collect the food Then they share it with the people that are in need. Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of like a charity.
An organization. I'm sorry, I smoked a little bit too much today. So I said I'm free. And I hope after we get the new government in Germany that we also legalize it. And
wait, you guys still haven't got a new government yet?
Not yet.
I thought you voted on it like a month ago.
Yeah, but they are still talking. That's not like we have a single part.
Hey,
it's
George,
like
nice to see
three of them got together and have to talk about. And yeah, there was before they had called Koalitionsgespräche in Germany. It's like the four most petitions that got the most voices.
Yeah.
Most votes. Sit each other together and try to build the new government and see what are they linked in and what are where they can smell them each other. And right now they are it's I don't know, it's called like a traffic light coalition that we have right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's we are at the nearest point for legalization in Germany since, I don't know, there was some group that tried to legalize it in the Bundesgerichtshof. It's the highest court in Germany.
Yeah.
And court. Is it court or court? I don't know.
Court
would be
like high court.
And back in the days they had wrong informations about this, and right now we are as closest as it can be, and most of the people even are for the legalization, and still push my thumbs together, and
yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I think it's kind of one of those eventuality things. For me, when I look at Germany, one of the things that a lot of the German people I know talk about that they'd like to see changed is how shit your internet is. It seems you guys
that's
generally seem to have terrible internet.
There you got the point. It hurt myself. I pay like 40 euros per month.
Yeah.
For 100k. And also
kilobytes?
Don't know. Yeah, 100,000 kilobytes.
So that's like 10 megabytes, right?
Like 100 megabytes about. It should be 100, but sometimes, most of the time, I get around 70 or 60. My upload is on 50. Consistent on 50.
I pay 70. I pay about 80 Canadian dollars, which is about like what 60 USD, and I get 120 down and 50 up, which isn't that bad.
It's like in Germany, I would say.
Like if you're getting 40 euros, 40 euros for 100 megabytes down, that's not bad. It's cheaper than mine.
But it's the cheapest. It's the cheapest provider in Germany.
Do you have any limits on your thing?
No, not really.
So you can download as much as you want and stuff?
I can download as much as I want, but in Germany we have the Netzdurchsuchungsgesetz, NDG, and it's allowed the providers to cancel some websites like Burning Series or what it's called, Streamkiste.tv. And that's the thing I personally don't like, but I don't really care for it. My brother told me about it. I wouldn't even realize it because I use Amazon Prime and Netflix and stuff like this to watch what I want to watch, or Crunchyroll.
Oh, do they like animes? So they try and ban like illegal sites, basically, like illegal restreaming sites. Yeah.
Right. And
What province am I in?
I also
BC.
used some of these sites, like kino.to. But, oh god, I have to mute this stream right now. It's so annoying to hear my own voice.
You get used to it, don't worry.
Yeah, I
it's
have
probably
a
a bit
part-time
weird
job.
when it's delayed.
I have also a part-time job in a call center.
Oh yeah.
And recently yesterday a woman said to me, I have a nice voice.
Yeah,
and
it's pretty soothing.
I really thought she would jokes on me. You know what I mean? She would make fun of me. So I can't believe it. Because every time I hear my voice, it's more like Kermit the Frog or something like this.
Right, there's a place in Canada, right, where they actually do sound like Kermit the Frog. Like their accent, for some reason, sounds like Kermit.
But that must be the French part.
It's close, yeah, it's close to it. And it's just really funny. Because they all just talk to each other, right? But they all just sound like Kermit. It's really hard to take them seriously.
The last time I visited Canada was like the Olympic Winter Games. Was it 2000?
Oh yeah.
10, 11? I don't know.
Yeah,
I visited my aunt, and I remember it. Would it be like that yesterday? We got some beers in her garden, in her backyard. And my uncle was like, "Don't go outside, just watch it." And the whole time I tried to sneak out, just it's carefully, so it's dangerous. But yeah, just to see the beer from so close was just unbelievable for me.
Yeah, that does sound
I have
cool.
to visit her again.
Oh.
Maybe next year.
Can you ask him if he can say hi to me? Sure.
It's Canada, it's I don't know. It's a country in itself. The site, the land, and it was more like on a country, so away from cities.
Yeah.
And the next neighbor was like 2 miles away. I don't lie. Yeah, and that's also something I don't know about it. I always lived in big cities in Germany. And that also was something new for me. I really enjoyed it. The silence.
Like the rural life, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Could you say hi to Abby real quick? She's asking.
To who?
Abby, or Abigail.
Hi, Abigail. Nice to meet you.
There you go. But no, I really like... I was brought up in a village, right? So for me, it was like... You know, that's home. I really, really enjoy living in rural areas. Cities are a bit too loud for me.
Okay. Cities are too loud. I don't know. I need noise to sleep.
Seriously? Yeah, you got used to it?
Yeah, seriously. I let you stream, so your stream is playing the whole time while I go to bed and try to sleep.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, for me, I don't know, like I'm the opposite, right? Because like once again I grew up and there wasn't any sound, and now for the last like 8 years, I feel like I've really struggled to sleep because of the extra sounds. Like I really like it when it's really quiet. Hey Damien, nice to see you.
Do you take some earbuds so it gets more quiet, or did you try something like this?
I've tried like everything.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. The best thing that has worked that we used to do, but now I've realized the best way of doing it is just getting myself super tired before I go to bed, and then it doesn't matter. But the
maybe you aim for another part of the tank that you're shooting, or you take another tank. I just opened the stream just to see who was asking, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm not playing my best right now. But that's
the talking next to it.
Oh, so,
you listen to me and you're answering me, and it's pretty hard with my accent. I know it's because
your English is very good. Like you shouldn't put yourself down. Like the accent's actually really easy to hear. And another thing as well is like it's what's the word? You don't talk fast, and that makes it super easy to understand. Like I feel like I talk to a lot of people from like France, and for some reason with French people, when they try and speak English, they speak really fast. Italians do it a lot too. Like they try and talk crazy fast.
The Italians and Spanish people always talk so fast. Like
yeah.
I learned a little bit Spanish, and we were on Mallorca, and I was talking with some natives and tried to convince them just to try to talk with me in Spanish, and they already said, so no, just don't try it. It's simply too fast. You wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
And they were totally right. I didn't understood a single word what they was saying, and they simply asked me, "Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo te llamas?" So, hi, how are you?
What is your name?
What's your name?
Yeah.
And not a single one. I'm happy that I can order a beer in a bar or something like this. Yesterday I made some great dinner for my girlfriend. She was pretty hungry after I got some from work home, and made some self-made raviolis.
Oh, lovely!
Yeah,
I've never tried making them. Are they hard, or are they quite easy to do?
Relatively, if you get the noodle teig, it's the noodles. It's the hardest thing in it. Everything else, it's like, it's easy. So if the noodle sticks together, you have all on it. It's like pelmeni. That's something my grandma cooked a lot, and I tried myself. But the noodle teig was, I don't know, too thick or was not doughy enough. I don't know, but they didn't stick quite together as they should.
Right.
It opened up in the boiling water, and it was a mess, a real mess. And yesterday there was also some pork fillet, with some onions, roasted onions on it, and it was so delicious.
What do you put? What do you put in the ravioli? Do you do like tomato and stuff like that, and meat?
It's more like, for her, it's a spinach and mozzarella mix, and for me, it's some bread with meat and the seasoning, standard seasoning, some dill, and I don't know all the English words for all the ingredients
and stuff.
Yeah, all the spices and some vegetables that are also missing in my, let's say, dictionary in my head.
One of the dishes that my dad's wife sent me that I'm gonna try out is ratatouille. Have you ever made ratatouille?
Oh, I tried.
You tried?
It got burnt a little bit.
Oh, okay.
It didn't taste as well as it should.
Right.
And I love to cook, and but it's always the motivation to cook.
Yes.
That isn't there. My girlfriend is, as I said, maybe the last time, I think, she's bakery. She's not a sailory. She bakes all this stuff. Yeah. And I'm the cook in the family, and Christmas time is the hardest time for both of us. Because everyone knows if I cook, it tastes perfectly, and if she bakes some even the cookies are
in
the middle soft and doughy, like not really doughy, but the perfect point. Bite in it and it's so soft, so I love it. Oh, her brownies. Sometimes I
thank you for the subscription, Shinmod Father Godzilla. Thank you for continuing to support the channel.
Tincture,
it's very much appreciated.
Some oil and
thank you very much.
Heat it up and repeat it sometimes.
Yeah.
And so she can use it for the brownies. I swear to God. Go in Amsterdam, the single coffee shop, get the same taste like a girlfriend.
Yeah.
They always have like a little bit of bitter. You know, it's not the sweetest. And my girlfriend makes some with real chocolate and all this stuff, and it's tasty.
Yeah, for me, the only brownies I've ever made, and I've made them a bunch of times, but I've stuck with the same recipe for like all these years, and I don't know why. But it's a recipe that I picked up when I was like 14, 15, and it was by Jamie Oliver, if you know who that is.
Yeah, I know Jamie Oliver.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's just like in my head, so it's just so much easier just to make that stuff. But no, I really enjoy making food too. The only issue I have now is obviously time, like, cause I would love to make more expansive things, but I need to like limit it to maybe an hour to make food, and that's about it. So it's not really easy to do for me.
What I can tell you is, if you try to season some food with, I didn't know how it's called in English, but it's more like vegetable soup, but without any ingredients, just water of it. Just to season every single thing, you can season it, or you can, you freeze it. I freeze it into some ice cubes.
Yeah.
So I have it already in portion, so already in parts. And I just simply throw like 2 ice cubes for a half-liter sauce or something like this. And you get better taste than any instant product that you can season. So
that sounds
you
really
can
nice.
season. In Germany we have Maggi. There's only a single thing that I buy from Maggi, and it's called Maggi Würze, and you just need it. Yeah, stock. Thank you, Abigail. It's a stock. My gosh. Yeah, and it's Maggi Würze, and it's perfect to every soup or anything like this to season it.
I agree. Yeah, it's great to add to anything. It really is beautiful. The ones that we have, or at least in England, the main one is like they're called OXO cubes because of the brand, and they work the best, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like with Maggi. It's the brand's name, and a couple of years ago I needed all kind of stuff from them for instant sauce or anything like this.
Yeah.
And it made me sick. I got some stomach problems of it. Really sick. If I say sick, I mean sick, really ill. And I had to go even to the hospital because of all this quick food stuff. And yeah, that's a really good idea from Diaboli Centurion. Cooking with tech. When do we see it? Like the only channel with realistic content. Cooking show. But to be honest, that would be something really cool, and I would give it straight and I would straight subscribe to this channel.
So one thing that let's go through it. a lot of you guys have been asking for IRL stuff. Let's call it that. So gym work, cooking work, you know, even just wandering about, going to see things, museum stuff. All I'll say is next year we have some plans. So things are in motion and we'll see what we can do. But you're going to have to be a bit patient on it. So,
I'm really excited.
So we may see many things already like that, which should be quite fun.
I want to say thank you for having me and all the entertainment all the days. I see I have to subscribe again on Twitch. And and yeah, maybe, don't know if it's right, but I see Pinoy Ricochet got classes in 30 minutes. So I don't want to take any more time. And maybe he can talk with you as next, so...
Yeah, sure, we can
already checked.
But no, it's always a pleasure having you on, man. Like, you're always welcome. It's always nice to chat.
I try to visit you next week again. If there's a Fireside chat next week, and I hope Abigail is again in chat, so she can cheer me up. And so I wish you all a good day, night, evening. I don't know where you're watching from. And I hope to see you all next week again.
See you later, brother.
Ciao.
Alright, so I need to take just 2 minutes and then we'll get Pinoy on, so I'll be right back.
We no longer have the advantage.
Alright, I'm back.
The enemy is winning. We must
Right.
counterattack.
Let's keep going. Alright, next on is Pinoy. So let's get him on, see what's going on for him. Hello, Pinoy. How are you?
Hello, Tech. I'm doing all right. Although I got like class in like 28 minutes, but it's all right.
Are you still doing online classes and stuff like that?
For now, yeah, but currently,
Crispy
I'm
minis.
in my campus right now for an in-person class.
Oh, fair.
Let's see.
Wait, so you have some classes in person and some classes not in person?
Yeah. It's
What?
a mix. I know, right?
It's so confusing.
Anyway, have you heard about the today's enlisted update where they added custom battles?
I did, yeah. And I was looking at them earlier. It looks really cool. I'm a bit worried about the what's it called? The abuse that's obviously going to come out of this, where people are going to use it to farm.
Too.
Yeah. But apart from that, it's not too bad.
From what I've heard, like I'm hearing a mix of stories because I only like tried it twice. When I first, I think they removed D-Day, but people are also saying that D-Day is still there. I could see why they would remove D-Day because of all those MG positions that people could easily just grind off of. But I'm unsure about that. But overall, like the community's having fun with it. I'm hearing funny stories where, like on Berlin, someone just yeeted a BT7 with their Panther, and
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. But when I first opened the custom matches server, I saw like at least 5 servers filled up with the top one being at like 17, and then it was just a long list of one-man only servers where I'm just like, they're all farming bots. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I like the idea that people can like grind off of it, but I think it should be controlled. Yeah. Like at some point, you should like get like a lesser amount of EXP earned from those games. But there are already like claims where people are saying you don't get a lot of EXP by killing bots, and I'm like, what are you talking about, man? I grinded out the clock and I managed to leave with 23,000 EXP because I gave up the first.
I'm pretty sure you get the same amount of XP killing a bot than killing a player.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any difference.
I mean, I'm still trying to figure that out. I only played 2 matches before I had to go to campus, so I'm unsure of how it works.
Thank you for the subscription to Phoenix. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
But yeah, like some mechanics that are like run from Tunisia, someone said that you can use this smoke screen mechanic on all the maps, which sounds like a good idea. But people are unsure that if you can use shovels to, like, you know, dig in the ground and make entrenchments like you would in Tunisia. Because I don't know, is the ground like the ground programmed to actually read the shovel digging?
So you can only use it in like certain areas?
I haven't really
or certain maps.
I'm really unsure because people were like someone just brought it up in like another Discord I was in, and like right now people started screaming, "Somebody test it! Somebody test it! We gotta figure it out." Yeah, but overall, it sounds like it will be interesting. Like, probably for, I don't know, if there is D-Day there, someone might actually be like, okay, let's add the motorcycles from Tunisia and see if we can rush the far point that's all the way in the back. Because that point, it's like one of the newest points besides, you know, the middle bunker and then the bunker on the left. And that far point is really defender side, and unless you can like blitz it, which I managed to do in a Chaffee, just equipped all my tank crew with like Thompson's grease guns and like shit, and then I just drove there, got out, and just capped the point. Yeah, that point you just have to speed run it.
Yeah. No, out of the things that they've added, or out of the things I've said that they're gonna add to Enlisted, the only thing I think now that they have to do is the weapon stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm a little worried how low about. Okay, removing the last we were talking about the academy, but in the long term, we didn't realize that they would also remove the RNG troop logistics. So, like, the new players are just like struggling getting new troops. They have like silver. Even I'm struggling because I only have, like, when the update came out, I only had 11 silver orders. Because let's just say I decided to use the academy system for my attacker pilot to get him to level 5. Mistakes were made.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they add in more ways to get silver orders. Like, obviously the battle pass is pretty good for them, but then you have to buy it, right? And I suppose the dailies they've added them into, but maybe another area might be good as well.
Yeah, I think daily raids should be more common because the only time where you can get like a bunch is from a 15-day group. Like every 15 days, you get that one crate where it's like, oh, you get all these silver orders or at least one of these gold orders, and it's just like, oh, ew. It used to be like, oh, ew, I got 5 silver orders for troopers, but now it's like, I need any single one of those items other than the golden trooper.
Yeah, exactly. Did you watch the enlisted stream they did this week?
No, I've been a little. What was in it?
So they talked about hinting at a new campaign, which is kind of a surprise. And
oh yeah, I heard about this.
Yeah, and then also some kind of anniversary event, and then just some other kind of event as well. So it seems like they're planning a lot of stuff over the next little bit.
I hope that they're able to still leaving a positive, despite the worries of custom games. It seemed a little interesting. I'm actually kind of like hoping that when I get home, I get to try it a little more.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that'd be really fun. Like, obviously with the new update coming out for War Thunder, I'm going to be stuck in that, but I've been really enjoying Enlisted recently. Like playing different parts of it and having fun.
I mean, I also join in whenever, obviously, Freeman's on it. I just hop in. Like, you know, just assisting them whenever. Because just playing alone in that game can be like it's just a struggle.
Well, it's like other games, right? It's always better to play with people.
Yeah. It's definitely helpful if you're able to like directly communicate with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just have to leave. Like Freeman allows me into his streams to talk, and it's just nice. I get EXP, he gets EXP, we all win to an extent. Alright, I think that's it for me. I gotta start going to my class.
Alright, brother. Well, thanks for coming on, man, and enjoy your class. Hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah, it's computer programming. I'll be fine. Alright, later.
See you, brother. No. Haha. Oh, fuck me, dude. Alright, just give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to survive here. Alright, well that'll do. Alright, so the next person we have is Zamwaffle. So let's bring on Zamwaffle and see what is going on. Have a bit of a chat. There we go. Oh. Hello, Zam? Are you there? Hello? Zam? There he is.
Hello?
How are you?
Yeah, it wasn't giving me the option to accept. And I was like,
Oh, that's a bit weird.
Yeah, I was like, that's never happened before.
Well, how you doing?
Doing all right for being in the middle of a tornado warning.
Good.
Because, you know, my state can't go 1 month without the world ending.
It seems like you guys are definitely in a bit of an odd spot right now.
Well, it is hurricane season, so yeah, we're getting a bad squall line coming through the state with a cold front right behind it. So Everyone's, of course, freaking the fuck out because bad weather equal end times.
What do you want to chat about today then? What's on your mind?
Just a few like random things here and there. The main one was so you remember how I was talking about how Israel is gonna, probably get the P10 that's in the American tech tree for the premium.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking into the Cheyenne, and it's actually faster than the Apache in its overall top speed, but doesn't have as much in the way of suspended ordnance. So, like, I think the only thing it gets really is rocket pods and then the regular tow missiles. So, I feel like with it, because it's 30 millimeter is about the same performance-wise as the one on the Apache. I feel like it would make a good premium, because it wouldn't be like, as overpowered as just, oh hey, here's an Apache.
Yeah.
And it would also, because you know how premium helicopters in ground are usually like first spawns. Like people first spawn them and try and get as many kills as they can.
Yeah.
I feel like it would work in that way, mainly due to its higher speed, so it would be better for hit and runs. Whereas with stuff that's a bit slower, like the Apaches and the Hueys, that just get swatted out of the sky by anything with a 50 cal.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it would be better at that.
And then also regarding helis, with them eventually adding helicopter PvE, do you think we'll see helicopters with door gunners? And if we do you think they'll be like? Do you think they'll function like naval gunners, where they'll just auto target and you can toggle them, and they'll just attack whatever they can physically like pin? So like,
yeah,
say it's like a 50 cal or a 7.62 on it. It'll just target lightly armored vehicles instead of trying to shoot at a T-90.
I think it'll be more like the gunners you get in bombers already, or just, aircraft already.
Yeah.
Where you'll be able to individually target or individually use them, or they'll just do what they want, around the place.
I'm just worried that they'll just try and shoot at something that, they can't physically pin, because the AI on the ships, especially recently, they made it to where they will not waste ammo on something that they cannot pin.
Yeah.
So your AA will not shoot at destroyers or anything now if they can't kill it. Which, hopefully, if they do add door gunners to helis, I hope that they do that way, because I don't want my door gunner to just waste all of his minigun ammo on a freaking T-55 that he can't kill.
I think my question would be, how many vehicles would actually have door gunners, though?
Well, it depends on what helicopters they want to put in the game, really.
Well, how about the ones that are already in the game?
So, all of the Hueys would probably get door gunners, as an option to take with rocket pods, because the Hueys can take rocket pods and door gunners. And I think that would really be it. I think the Mi-4 can get a door gunner.
Right.
But don't quote me on that. I don't know enough about Russian helicopters. I know the Hind doesn't usually use door gunners.
Right. There's still a few options.
Yeah, I mean, it would still give a lot of the tech trees, the option to bring them.
Yeah.
And it just really depends on what they would give them ordnance-wise, too. Because if they give them, like, a minigun, then, yeah, they have some potential there. But if they just give them, like, an M60, there's not going to be really a whole lot they can do with that.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do, like, light targets, soft targets, and heavy targets, Don't think it'll all just be heavy stuff.
Yeah, because at least then they could have, if they have the miniguns, they can at least try and fight AA, although that wouldn't be advisable.
No, they wouldn't be very good at it.
No. I mean, for crying out loud, there's a reason why it's called anti-air. And then the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was the Israelis, the tech trees in general.
Yeah.
So which are you most excited for when it comes to it? Are you more excited for the air tree with the addition of their version of the Mirages, or the ground tree to where we can finally get all the Merkavas in one easy to find spot?
The ground tech tree will be much more enjoyable than the aviation one. So.
Oh yeah.
The aviation one is just going to be a bunch of copy and paste stuff. So it's going to be very hard to sell it to people.
I mean, you know, German mains already play a copy paste tree, so it's not going to be very different for them.
No, that's true.
And you can kind of argue the same with China. I mean, at least the J7 is different enough where it's not just, oh yeah, it's just a MiG-21. At least it has a different wing, so it has slightly different flight characteristics.
Yeah, the difference is the Israeli stuff. It's pretty much all going to be like straight up copy and paste. At least those tech trees have, you know, things to them which are slightly different, which will be nice for them. Yeah, and Cross, nice to see.
I mean, Israel's going to have
like
the most diverse ground because it's going to be either heavily modified, you know, American and French vehicles to captured Egyptian to Syrian tanks. Because I have a feeling they're going to put the Syrian and Egyptian stuff in the Israeli tech tree, either for events or premiums.
Yeah, true. Like they have a lot of options.
And there is actually one Egyptian vehicle that I was hoping would either, you know, have ended up in the Russian tech tree or in the Israeli tech tree if Israel had ever come as a playable nation. So it's basically similar to, you know, the Chinese wheeled tank destroyers that we recently got?
Yes.
So it's similar in design like that, but instead of having the cannon on it, it's literally just a BMP-2 turret. But yeah, I would like to see that one because it's basically the closest thing you could get to a BTR without it being a BTR. Because, you know, Gaijin doesn't want to give us BTRs or LAVs. Because, you know, America and Britain suffer. And Russia. Germany gets the Weasel and the fucking Martyr in 2 updates. Yeah. America, Britain, and Russia. What about us?
We only have an M3A3.
Yeah, you're fine. You got the Bradley.
And the Sprut.
Yeah. I mean, I am glad that the Sprut got added. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I want my BTR.
Jesus.
It's one of the most iconic vehicles. And now with Israel being added, there's another nation that can get a BTR. But it's so funny because it's like, I'm sure that, you know, because I've posted on the forums every now and then, like, Gaijin, please give BTR. I'm sure that the poor person who has to see me post that is like, please stop.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, they could easily add one, like a very low tier. It's the question if they want to or not, right?
Yeah. I mean, they could add just, you know, the standard BTR 70 for all of the tech trees that would have a BTR, and then just call it a day, and I would be happy. Because Germany would get the BTR 70, Russia would get the BTR 70, America could technically get one.
What would you use it for?
Basically, anti-R3.
Right.
Just to find and harass R3s, because those things deserve to die. But yeah, no, if they added the later VTRs that do get the ATGMs, I could see them, being higher up in the tech tree, because some of them do have top-mounted not RPGs, ATGMs.
Right.
So kind of like how the one Rattel has the 20mm and then the ATGM. But yeah, I just want to see more wheeled vehicles, because especially since we've been having urban maps, it seems it would make more sense to have more wheeled vehicles, especially since we keep getting these urban-esque maps. Especially with the new map, because most of the fighting in that desert map is going to be happening in the city.
Yeah, it should be. Or at least hopefully. If it's in the dunes, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, so I was going to say, no one is going to spawn over there if that's the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's going to turn into yet again another map where one spawn is just never used. Because, no one wants to spawn over there. Like Seversk. You'll get 3 people that'll spawn on that A side, and then that's it.
Yeah, true.
And it'll usually be a light tank that just rushes the cap just to get killed to get a CAS. And then they'll spend the rest of the game in CAS.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that map goes.
Yeah.
I think I personally would have moved the spawn points. I think they're a little bit too far away from everything else.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to turn into another instance where it's going to suffer where that map's going to suffer at certain tiers.
Yeah, probably.
Because I don't see that map being a low tier map, especially with how open it is.
No, not at all.
But
maybe it's definitely a light vehicle map, though. At least to be able to win.
Also, I can't wait for Operation Groundbreaking, aka we're gonna draw penises on the map.
Pretty much, yeah. And probably swastikas too, and all manner of different things.
Yeah, unfortunately. Have you already seen the stream highlights where it's just everybody's just drawing Among Us characters and dicks everywhere?
Yeah, it's not surprising.
Yes, Among Us and War Thunder.
I'm just thinking about all of the vehicles I'm gonna have to respade when they add spades to them.
All of the Shermans.
Yeah, exactly. And then
I'm actually surprised that none of the Shermans got them yet.
Yeah, they gave it to the Abrams, didn't they?
Yeah, and it was only the one Abrams, wasn't it? And
at the moment,
yeah. Is it the HC that got it?
Yes.
Oh, so the one that I don't have researched. Nice. Yet another vehicle I have to research. I hate when they do that too, when they add a vehicle after you've researched, so you have to go back and research it to purchase the vehicle that you just finished researching.
Yeah, true, it is a bit annoying.
It's like, you cannot purchase this vehicle unless you've researched the previous vehicle. It's like, well, then don't add it. It's like, why give me the option to research it then if you're gonna put a vehicle there immediately after?
Yeah, I had that problem with the F104S recently because they put the F104G in front of it. So
yeah, that happened.
Shit out of luck.
That happened with when they added the Leo 1A5 to the Italian tech tree for me, and I was like, why? Why must you do this? Playing Italy is already a struggle as it is sometimes.
Yeah, Italy can be a real rough one.
I mean, Italy, it's all right if you know how to play the tanks, but it's a very masochist nation. Like, I love how, the whole meme is, oh, Germany suffers or Britain suffers. No, it's really Italy that suffers.
Yeah, I wish they'd made better vehicles.
Well, I mean, if they had the industry to, they would have.
Yeah, true.
Also, had they not capitulated when they did, we would have gotten a 90 mil P40. But no, they're like, yeah, we're gonna wait till after we capitulate. It's like they had the gun, they had the tank ready, they just didn't put it in the gun in the tank. Thanks, Italy. You screwed my War Thunder lineups. But no, like the Centauros and stuff are pretty good.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like, I remember when the Centauro first came out. You remember nobody would play anything but the Centauro.
Yeah, the thing was straight busted.
When that thing was sitting at, what was it? When it came out, what was it, like 7-0?
It was around that, but the main issue it had is you couldn't kill it. Because you'd shoot straight through it. One of the major reasons why Hullbreak got brought in was because of vehicles like that.
Yeah, it was literally because of that vehicle. Because it was unkillable.
Yeah. Because
it was just this open space that just couldn't kill anything with, because you'd overpin it. And it was so funny because that thing shot up from, I think it was 7-3 when it came out, to 8-0 within like a week of it coming out. And it's like, yes, the OP Italian vehicle. And yeah, it was just funny reminiscent about how overpowered the Centauro is. Still waiting on my Centauro Draco.
Yeah.
Like, come on, Gaijin, give me give me a fast moving automatic, please. I need an automatic that I can just whip around the corner at like Mach 3. But with Israel being added, is there any like ground vehicle specifically that you're looking forward to?
No, not really.
No, not any of the Super Shermans or anything.
I mean, I just play the one in the French tree.
Yeah,
it's basically the same thing. That's the thing, right?
Yeah,
like
I mean, there is also the 60 mil.
Yeah, that's
Sherman.
True. But the way I look at it, right, is all of those vehicles could have been added in without Israel being added in, because they're there for other countries, or they're not tied to a country which is going to have really rough lineups. Like I need to see the tree in order to get hyped about the vehicles. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because if I don't see the tree, then I don't know what the lineups are. And if I don't know what the lineups are, I'm really worried about the lineups.
Also, with them saying that the game and that Israel's not going to start at rank 1, I feel like they're probably going to start at rank 2, rank 3, because that's when because isn't it rank 2 is the earliest that you can start doing dailies and stuff for?
The first daily, yeah.
Yeah. So they'll probably start at rank 2. Because what do the Shermans sit out? The earliest Shermans, are they rank 2 or 3?
I don't know. I know they're 3-7, but I don't know. Well, the 105 Sherman's rank 2, but I think the M4 with the add-on armor for America is rank 3. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So it really depends on what all they get. But I feel like they'll probably start at rank 2. Because there's no way that, they'd add a nation that starts at rank 3. Because that's just, fast-tracking them to top tier.
Yeah, well, the Spitfire's rank 3, right?
Yeah.
And,
yeah. When the Italians came out, their premium for ground was a rank 3, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Was their pre-order one? Because I know because I remember I got the M60, the controversial.
Oh, it was the Leoncello. That's rank 2, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. So maybe they will start at rank 3 then. I don't know. We'll have to wait a whole month for us to find out.
There's a nuke about to go off in my game, by the way, so
But,
I'm gonna spawn in to see
yeah.
it for you guys.
That was really what got me interested was that, and also with the addition of Israel, do you think we'll see other nations like it that really could have been their own like sub-tech tree added into the game as a separate tech tree?
Maybe. I think Israel's kind of unique in a way because with it, basically what you have is a scenario where Israel doesn't really fit into other tech trees, right? Where we can make what's the word? We can make arguments for everybody else and their tech trees.
Yeah.
So, like Bulgaria, Romania, Spain, whatever. So, I got a feeling that it should be alright. Like, they should still carry on with the subtech tree idea.
Yeah, because, I mean, the only, like, other... Because I remember you used to talk a lot about the Benelux tech tree. About you wanted to see that. Do you think, you know, with Israel becoming a thing, we could see stuff like that, where it's, you know, these minor nations becoming their own congregate tech tree?
Yeah, they could do. The problem with the Benelux one, though, is even with... the reason why I did the videos is because the guys asked me to, and we went through them and talked about a lot of the vehicles. My personal opinion on Benelux is that it should not be in the game as a nation, because even with all of the vehicles, first of all, half of it's copy and paste, and about an eighth or a sixth of it is, well, didn't exist. Like they didn't finish them, right? So even then, you've got struggles. Even with putting 3 countries together. So it's, I don't know. I just want them to expand subtech trees. Subtech trees are just so much nicer than new spangled tech trees.
Brazilian sub-tree win.
Yeah. Or just like any of them. They're just much better ideas.
I want an entire battle pass themed around Brazil. Because I could already see what they could do for it. Because for the naval, for Blue Water, you could have an entire Carnival float. So you could just stick an entire Carnival float on your battleship. For tanks, it could be like a Carnival headdress or something like to that effect. I don't know what they would do for air, for like maybe a decal, maybe, I don't know, a Carnival dancer pinup. Or just, you know, the T-posing Jesus.
Yeah, they could do stuff like that.
Because, you know, T-posing Jesus over Brazil to assert his dominance. But yeah, I would love to see Brazil get added, because even though I'm not from Brazil, I do know a few Brazilian people who play War Thunder, and they would love to see some sort of representation in the game besides, you know, just a country flag and a soccer ball.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Because Brazil is the second largest army in the Americas, which I didn't even know. I thought Canada was, but no, it's Brazil, which I guess makes sense.
It's a huge place, a lot of big population, and very aggressive as well.
Yeah, and also, you know, they have a lot of important deep water ports.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that they would have a large military. And also, you know, we would get the wonderful and wacky assortment of super upgraded World War II vehicles. AKA the the Walker Bulldog MBT and the M3 Stuart with the 90 mil. I don't know what it is with other nations and putting 90 mils on like old vehicles, but I love it.
It's a cheap way to make it useful.
I know, it's like how do we upgrade this thing that had a 37 millimeter? Well, we got a bunch of 90 millimeters that the Americans gave us.
In my game, cool man.
Perfect.
Have a good one.
Put it in the tank. But sir, it doesn't really fit the turret. Put it in anyways. Make a bigger turret. Or, you know, in the case of the Stuart, they didn't. Well, no, they slightly made it bigger. But yeah, I would love to see some of those minor nations get added. I mean, we're still waiting on Romanian and Hungarian ground forces. You know, and it's been what, 4 or 5 months since that update that put in the Toldi. Which event was it? I can't remember.
It's the battle pass.
Oh, it was the battle pass?
Yeah. I can't remember which one though.
I think it was the one before this one. Or not the one that just ended. I mean, I think it was the one before that because I remember me and my friend were excited about it because we thought that meant, you know, Hungarian and Romanian forces were going to come to Italy soon, because then it would mean Italy actually has some decent low-tier lineups that aren't just a P-40 and tank destroyer. But, you know, sadly, Italy does not get Romanian vehicles yet, or Hungarian vehicles. But I am worried about if they do put them in the Italian tech tree, mostly because of what Hungary and Romania have for their MBTs, if they were to put them, because they use a lot of Russian vehicles. So I'm worried, would they put those in, or would they just leave them out? So that way we wouldn't have, you know, the instance of 3 tech trees with a T-72 in it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do with it. I'm pretty sure they're going to. It's just more of a when thing. And it shows that they have so many more things that they can add to the game. Yeah. Like in the future. There's a lot of expansion to come.
I mean, there's like 30 T-55 variants alone that can still be added into the game.
True. The question is, who's going to play 30 T-55 variants?
Raise his hand in Bliet. I mean, at least if they put the Enigma in the game. You know, any T-55 with ERA is better than the one we currently have in the tech tree.
I just want to see the TR-85, whatever it's called.
Which one is that?
It's either the Romanian or whatever one. The one which is the T-55 with the Leopard engine.
Oh, yeah. The one that can actually reverse.
Yeah, that one.
That's how I always remember it, because, you know, every Russian tank literally follows the not one step back doctrine. Yeah. It's like, yes, we have 7 forward gears, but only 1 reverse gear. I still don't understand why they do that.
Don't know. It's probably cheaper.
We'll have to ask Kate one day.
Cheaper and more efficient for them, probably.
Yeah.
It's normally the answers.
We'll have to find out from Kate. He'll have to give up some state secrets. Wouldn't be the first person to do it. Probably won't be the last either, with how the trend is going. Oh, God. I don't understand how people can be that retarded. Like, oh, yes, let me risk prison time for the rest of my life when in a fictional game.
True. People are dumb.
And I think those people are in the military.
Yeah, I saw you.
Like, what next? Is somebody gonna leak the entire manual for the A10 on Thunderform?
Like, it's nice to see you in game, Sergeant Fire. Hopefully, you have a good game.
Oh yeah, that happened in DCS. Some guy got caught trying to do that for the F-16.
Yeah, very stupid move.
Yeah, now he's spending the rest of his life getting diddled in prison.
Do you have anything else that you want to chat about? I think we're coming to the end.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I'm coming close to my time, so I'm just gonna go ahead and let it go to the next person since
fair enough.
Since the storm is rolling in, so I might lose power soon anyways. So
keep yourself safe, brother.
Oh, I will. Hopefully I get to see you again in 2 weeks. If not, I will post in the Q&A and let you know what's.
Let me know what's going on, brother.
All right, bud. See ya.
See you later, man. Thanks for coming on. All right. So the next person we have is Moxie. So let's see what's going on with good old Moxie. There we go.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Moxie. How are you? Long time no talk.
I'm okay. Okay, I have seen better millennials, but I won't complain. So it's okay. Family, business, family, and that stuff, and late night gaming, because that's the only time when you're married and you have kids and work. It's the only time when you basically have time to play.
Fair enough. So what's on your mind today? What's going on?
Well, I didn't want you to start with ranting, but unfortunately, after 3 or 5 games of War Thunder, it just came naturally.
Fair enough.
A small rant, but lately I have noticed that the AAA on the ground in the air, realistic, not one around the bases, but around the targets like pillboxes and so on, is insanely precise and like to focus on you as a player. I mean, a few games ago, I was flying like a drunk man to avoid the being hit by one AAA that was protecting pillboxes, and I wasn't alone. There was 3 of us. I can see the tracers are going to the dude behind me, and magically somehow I got hit. I have a feeling that it's
hey, Sajadala, nice to see you, man.
You will get damage. and that's kind of small ranting about annoying things in the game. And also a small comment about am I too quiet because I can't speak too loud because
no, it's okay, I can turn you up, you're fine.
Little comment about this new Warbone shop. I was hoping they will put some more, so to say, exotic and rare vehicles in it on higher levels, like anything. We have a ton of things that's rare and exotic, and I was hoping that will be kind of a comeback of those vehicles, but apparently it's not. And
I would have liked to see a new battle trophy with those vehicles in.
Yeah, and they removed that box with the vehicles. Yeah, they are. Last few boxes have been with the vehicles of low level, but still, if you can sell it for free, Gaijin coins on market, why not? If shame they remove that thing. I mean, in general, I'm glad the way it looks and the way it functions, but it's always placed for improvement. And that's that. And one thing that was kind of on my mind for quite a long time, especially during the event, is in-game adrenaline fuel trash talk. And a few days ago, I was by pure not example, a pure coincidence. There was on one of the YouTube channels that I follow, people have been talking about trash talk in the game, like old school trash talk in the game, like in Call of Duty and so on.
Yeah.
And they kind of joke about how that it was underlined with kind of in quotes racism. The people who have been talking about that theme, it was mixed color people. I mean, there was white people, black people, yellow people, purple with the red dots. You know, I'm joking about the color, but
I know what you mean,
all races.
Yeah.
And all kind of older folks. I mean, not older as I am. I'm close to 50. They're a little bit younger, but still they got that feel of in-game trash talk, and how people today are kind of offended, and back then they took that as an in-game feature, so to say. Nobody actually got nobody got offended by it, and yeah, sometimes I also tend to, in quotes, trash talk in War Thunder, but I don't take it seriously most of the time. Somebody can be really naughty or nasty, but most of the time it's just that burst of adrenaline, frustration at that moment. When that moment passed, I will talk to you. I mean, not you also, everybody, on a normal person, on a normal level. Like, if I could, I would take you to the coffee or beer, and we could talk about anything else. But don't take that. Most of the time, don't take that trash talk seriously.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should take any of it seriously. Like it's words on a page. You can just ignore it and move on. And if you don't like it, just turn off the chat. Just don't respond and report the person and move on. Simple as that. Don't let it affect you, kind of thing.
I'm not saying that I'm not guilty of being trash talker in the game, but it's with most of the people with whom I had steam in conversation in that way. Usually, we end up when the emotions calm down and we cool down. We end up talking like a normal people.
Yeah, normally. Yeah.
If both sides are normal people, and like we laugh about it, so.
Yeah, that's what normal humans do. But unfortunately, sometimes you have to deal with not normal humans, and they get very annoyed at things for some very weird reasons. Like they just can't let stuff go for some reason. And those are the ones you got to watch out for, because those are the ones who start doing crazy stuff.
Yeah, I know that when first when you are with somebody live, like on the street, in the cafe, when you're talking, that's one level of conversation. You have mimics, you have gestures, you have volume of your voice. You can see what other person is talking to you, even if like being sarcastic or joking. Sometimes in the game, when you're just typing, somebody can see differently than you wanted to see. So
yeah,
that's one of the catches. So you have to be. That's why we have emotes. Basically, to explain what you wanted to say, and don't. I mean, I'm sorry to everybody who I offended. It's it's not that I wanted. It's just part of the game, so to say. Like 5 minutes after that, I will talk to you about my problems and your problems. Yeah, it's just the way the things function.
It's psychological warfare.
Yeah, among others. Yeah, it's those 5 minutes of battles of egos, and when the things cool down, it's if you are a normal person, if both persons are normal, I think the things will normalize and we will talk like normal human beings. And also now to kind of switch subject, but also stay in the realm of War Thunder. Because of the work and family and other stuff, I'm keeping track of it, but I don't know. Did you hear or anybody else about one thing that's kind of annoying me lately, and I know that I'm not alone, the servers.
Yeah, they've been pretty bad.
They've been pretty bad, especially I'm in Europe, and I'm avoiding the American server because it's have a ping spikes, packet loss, and even complete kick out of the games. I mean, I know that the number of players have increased and it's good for the game, but servers are, I don't know what to say. But also, I noticed that lately in game, when you go to see somebody's statistics from the name and so on, for some people, you have to wait like 15-20 seconds to get their statistics. Did you have any kind of problems like that?
I have a lot of packet loss issues sometimes. Like it's definitely not as bad as it used to be. Before, like in like January, February, it was pretty much every day after 5 p.m. PST my time, it would kick in and it would be absolutely horrific. I don't know why, but it's a lot better now, at least. So there's at least that. It still has issues though, quite a lot of them, but not as bad as it used to be.
We are talking about all servers or just the USA servers?
Just the US servers. I haven't had any issues on the EU one, and I don't play the other one, so.
I'm playing on. If I don't forget to switch off the USA server, I use the Russia and the EU, and no problem there. Maybe people on. I also depend on from what part of the world is the player. So
yeah,
but sometimes maybe because it's in Russia and it's a little bit further, people tend to spark just a little bit more than Europe. But America is just horrible. and problem for me is I'm playing late at night in Europe, and lots of people in Europe usually sleep or don't play, and I'm kind of forced to use the USA server. So if I don't freak out after the 3 times of being kicked out of the game and teleported 10 meters under the ground, I switch to disconnect the US server and wait for like around 3 minutes to get a game in the Russia or a European server.
Yeah.
But so I was hoping that also they will announce something about that on this patch, but apparently nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. I would also like to. I mean, as I said, it's improved for me, but there are still games where it's super annoying. It's a hell of a lot more rare though. But I would like. We never got like official anything about it, you know.
And in aircrafts, it's a little bit less annoying than in tanks. I've been playing tanks kind of more lately because of the event and everything. I don't want to swear, but it's kind of really effing annoying when enemy tanks spawn, basically, should I say, appear in front of you at the place where you have been looking and you didn't see anybody, then poof, he kind of materialized there because of the server issues, and it's been. I don't like too much to play things, but when the stuff like that just kick me completely out of the mode of to play tanks, and not to mention the famous ghost shells and other stuff.
Yeah, I would say in planes, the only time where it gets annoying is when the packet loss goes high, because it forces you into the ground, or planes start doing maneuvers they shouldn't be able to do, which is my favorite one, where I'll have somebody turn, and then they'll just skip half their turn, and they'll be on me, and I didn't realize. That's something that I run into a decent amount.
And it's hard to point a finger, but sometimes I'm not sure if actually is server or people are kind of cheating with that stuff. With what's the ping? I forgot what's the name of that. Let's call it
like a lag switch.
Lag switch, yeah.
I don't think it's that. I don't think the way that the servers are set up, I don't think that that's how it works. But I'm not sure though. I'm not sure about it.
One kind of fishy thing is, although it's maybe it's the way the game works. When somebody's kind of far away, it don't teleport that much. Kind of makes sense because he's far away, so the game don't have to precisely render him for you. But when he got really close to you, or you to him, and you start to engage him, he start to teleport like Star Trek style, you know, all over the place. But well, it is how it is. But I wish they work on, kind of tell us if they're working on something about the servers, but I have a feeling that the problem with America server is also in general with America internet, because lots of people have been complaining more than usual on their internet connection in the USA. So
yeah, it's not just a War Thunder thing; it's an America thing right now. And I've also been feeling it up here with a lot of stuff. It just seems like around evening time, like 5 to 7, that's when most people seem to use the internet. Like, you know, they come home from work or they come home from school, and then it gets overloaded. And so it's not just happening with War Thunder, it's happening with a bunch of stuff. So looks like it might be an infrastructure issue, which is always fun.
Yeah, and in that case, the Gaijin really can't do anything. We are stuck with it.
Unless they like switch providers or something, like or maybe add more to try and alleviate some weight. I don't know. I've been learning a lot about this server stuff, but I still feel like I'm a big novice when it comes to how it all works.
I'm complete noob in that segment, so
Yeah.
I can't comment too much.
I know Sergeant Firefly.
One thing that I just realized during the wait to get into the line, I was going through my aircrafts in the hangar, and I noticed one thing that kind of changed in the game. You can see it in the propellers of the aircraft.
Yeah.
Before, I don't know when they implemented. When you switch from one aircraft to other aircraft, to one nation to other nation, the props of the aircraft you look at, and for example, I'm looking at the moment at P-47, the German one. And then I switch nation and I go back like to Britain, and I'm looking at the Wyvern at Britain, and then I go back to the Germany. The propeller is in the same place. that wasn't used to be. the propeller used to kind of shift.
Yeah.
Shift. Now every propeller is in a perfect place. Like when I go back to the Wyvern that have lots of propellers, you can see they are perfectly on the same thing. But the aircrafts in the background, in the hangar, they shift their propellers. The position of their propellers move, and that was present also in the aircraft that is selected. But apparently, for some reason, they fixed the propeller for every aircraft. It's in kind of perfect position. It's not used to shift all around, but interesting.
Do you think it came along with the new hangar?
I noticed that just now, so I can't say when they did it, but I certainly can remember that the propeller was not in the same position when you change the aircraft and go back to that aircraft. I remember that feature because I said, I'm not sure when, how long ago, but it was kind of nice feature that it's not boring. The aircraft is kind of, in quotes, alive. The propeller is not in the same position when you go back to that aircraft. But now it's on all aircraft are in the same position. It's not changing. Maybe if I go out of the game, but it is just a small tweaks. And that's it. I just basically came to have a small talk and say hello to you and the listeners. And I don't have anything much to add. I'm happy as an old timer in the War Thunder. I don't have too much thing to complain. Yeah, apart from the kind of technical issues. So far, I'm happy with it. To people who are listening, I'm like 8 years of my life have been so far spent into the War Thunder. So I have seen the ups and downs, and I'm still happy. And sometimes, yeah, it can frustrate me, but I'm okay. At the moment, I'm not playing with the premium account actually for the last like 3 months, and okay, I'm mostly playing the aircraft, and I can tell you that I didn't lose any Gaijin coins. I didn't went into minus, although I have that benefit of long play, and I basically have almost every aircraft in the game, and most of them spaded, so I don't have to spend too much money on spading, and basically I'm most of the time paying repairs. And sometimes even not that, because I left them in the on auto repair.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to say is that considering the lines, if you are just a little bit more cautious on your the way you play, and you don't lose every game in a row, like 10 games in a row, even without premium, you can play high tier stuff. Although the higher you go, the prices for parts are higher. So yeah, it can be tedious to spade the jet. Definitely, I can say now from the first hand of the last 4 months I've been spading jets and so on. It's a little bit annoying, but it's doable, so to say, especially if you have like gazillion silver lines like me to compensate your not good games. But it's life without premium account is also kind of liberated.
Yeah.
Because when you don't have premium accounts, when you don't play game for 1 or 2 days, you don't have a feeling that you have lost that 2 days that you paid for it. So
yeah,
It would be nice feature if you could kind of lock your account when you're on a holiday, and if you have a premium time, it's not to waste it. But unfortunately, it's still not in the game. I saw somebody said something about that on the forum, but I didn't follow what happened with that.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they did something like that.
To kind of froze it in a time, because you are completely offline. So
yeah, just make it so maybe it runs out until a certain point. Like I don't know, if you got like 50 days left or something, it just holds it.
Yeah, it would be nice. Life was creature comfort.
The Mark 5 is very good.
And that's it. I don't have anything more to add, unless you want to ask me something.
No, that's about it, man. Like it's nice chatting to you again. I feel like we haven't talked in ages.
Yeah, we didn't, because you know that part with family and business and everything. Yeah, I can't come too early, because if I came like 2 hours ago, I don't have a comfort of having my own room. I'm basically, my computer and my setup is in the extension of kitchen, and on the left of me is a main room, like living room, and you will be subjected to screaming and playing and listening of other to wife and my son and so on. So I'm forced to come this little bit late. And last time you had something to do, so you finished earlier, and sometimes I'm even out, and a few times I skipped the fireside chat because I wasn't aware, or I was too tired to watch everything. It's hard to track more than 3 things when you're tired and a little bit older. So I just want to sit and play the game, and not even listening to music, just
chilling and playing.
Yeah, like I find the War Thunder sometimes therapeutic to be able to sometimes focus my frustration and rage on something else than life. And sometimes it's just good to be able to disconnect from all the other problems and thoughts that you have in your head, like whatever you have in your head, and you have, and focus on doing the task, and just grinding and playing, and sometimes playing a squad with somebody and just chatting and so on. So
yeah, it's a great escape. It really is.
And usually not usually, but from time to time I hear people, I don't have anything to do more in the game. I'm bored because the top tier is awful. I mean, okay, if the top tier is your goal in the game, I respect your opinion and everything, but with how many nations? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nations with like at least how much per? Let's say Sweden. That's the Sweden is the one with the less aircraft. With this big wire English hard. When you have this much vehicles to choose from, how can you be bored? I mean,
I know.
Don't live just for the top tier. I mean, it's fun, definitely. I like the adrenaline rush of the top tier and fast gameplay, but I also enjoy the the lower tier. And one thing that's on my mind for some time about now that I remember when we are talking about tiers, the task for the battle pass or Warborn shop. That's basically now the one thing that you have 2 dailies, and first dailies can be made in the tier 2 vehicles, and the second task, the hard task, is rank 3 and above.
Yes.
Maybe they could also make the rank 2 second task, but increase what you have to do. Like if it is rank 3 second task, you have to shoot down like 5 enemies. You can do it in the rank 2 by shooting 15 enemies.
I like that idea.
So the people who are in lower ranks also can join, and also I've noticed that one thing, that I'm neglecting the lower ranks because I'm chasing the tasks.
Yeah.
The special task, who is obligatory vehicle number rank 3. Sometimes I'm rushing through the task so I can go back and play something that's rank 2.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same way. Like that's why I'm kind of happy they're bringing in the Israeli tech tree as a as a rank 3 or whatever they're doing, so it would be easier to get to. So I don't get screwed on my dailies and stuff.
So so that they intensify people to go a little bit lower in lower ranks. Although there is that also brings a negative side of that. Lots of new players could face lots of old players. So you could, in quotes, go and club noobs. There's the negative side of people with higher experience and higher level of game going back to the lower levels. But still, I don't think that will be such a prevalent problem if people of high ranks go back to play lower ranks just to have just to play some vehicles that you don't play so much because you are forced into rank 3 and above. Like, I really like. There was one event, or as far as I can remember, that permitted you usage of rank 2 vehicles. Was it the first battle task, or I know that I spammed the living hell of 109 E4.
It was there's been a few like winter and summer events where you could do stuff like that. But I can't remember about battle pass stuff. I know you used to be able to do like rank 2 naval things, but I don't know about other areas of the game.
But still, I think that they should expand a little bit the tolerance of what you can do to get a task done, to put the bar lower but make it harder to achieve it.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
And that's it for me.
Fair enough, man. Thanks for coming on, yeah?
No problem. It's all the best to you and family and other people who are listening. Stay well, stay safe, and see you people in the game and in the chat and other places.
See you later, Moxie.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening.
You too. You too.
All right. It's always nice talking to Moxie. I've known him for years, and yeah, it's just, he's a chill dude. He likes talking about things. You know, he's always fantastic to chat to, so. Okay, let's get the next person on, which is Magneta. So let's give Magneta a go. I think after Magneta's, what we'll do is we'll bring everybody in on a group call, because obviously with the update coming out later, I'm gonna have to get some stuff sorted because I'm gonna stream early in the morning. You know what? Fuck it. We'll get everybody in now. Alright. There we go. So everyone's got the invites. Let's see what happens. Oh, I might have to sort out the screen thing. I didn't think of this.
You didn't think ahead now, did you?
How are you, Kenny? How's life?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. How about you, Milo? How's life?
Hello guys. I'm fine. How are you guys?
Yeah, not doing too bad. Seeing if Magnetor wants to come in. Hopefully he can find the button.
It's quite hard to find, to be fair.
Where is it? Like, where does it pop up?
At the very, very top.
Oh shit!
On a small, thin green bar. It's smaller than like a Chrome taskbar or whatever.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like half the size of a taskbar of that.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, about the same size as the Discord's little bar with the minimize whatever thing on it.
Alright. Let's get DD in too as well.
You also have to click Discord if you're not clicked on it for it to even pop up.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, more
Good
people.
evening.
Evening, DD. How you doing, man?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing alright. Just now I have to work out what I want to play tomorrow and all that good stuff, so it's going to be interesting.
Very busy, man.
Just fix this so you can see everybody.
Hey, what I was gonna ask about was the Israeli tech tree.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was trying to figure out if it starts at rank 3, what BR is that gonna be, like 4-0?
Well, what was the Spitfire on the dev server? It was 5.7, right?
I think yes, it was 5.7.
Yeah, and the earliest things that Israel could get is like maybe mosquitoes. So yeah, maybe 3.7, something like that.
Are we getting the full Israeli tech tree tomorrow, or is it just the 2 vehicles?
Just the 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the tech tree, I think it was said that it'll come in December.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Because from the massive leaks, obviously we have the Puma and the Japanese MBT coming. I'm surprised we didn't see any of the Israeli vehicles in that massive leaks list. It's all hushed up.
It's in the dev server update today.
Did it?
Yeah, and I checked it out, and in the background, like, it tells you that you can't join in because, like, you know. And in the background, you could see like a winter theme.
Oh, is it the Christmas hangar? Is that what they're doing?
I think so. Yeah, but it looks like they have also, in addition, like a Halloween thing going on.
Yeah,
So
they have a Halloween hangar too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But the Israeli thing, at least when it comes to like the aviation side of things, I'm probably thinking like 4.0, something like that.
Round's gonna be interesting. I feel like Israeli tech tree is gonna be like one of the funnest tech trees to play. For ground, at least.
Funner isn't a word.
Pardon?
Fun?
Funner is not a word.
Funner?
No, Google it.
Are you American?
Okay, fair point. My dad's from England.
Oh, fair enough. How are you anyway? How's life?
Good, and you?
I'm good. Just trying to prepare for tomorrow, or prepare mentally, because it's going to be a long day. So we'll see. Well, also not just tomorrow, but the weekend is also going to be very busy for stuff that you'll find out hopefully in like a day or so. So we'll see.
You think the update's going to come out tomorrow?
It is coming out tomorrow. It was announced, yeah, a few hours ago.
Is the sale happening too?
No idea.
I've got a sale on my game already.
Oh, PlayStation, right?
Yeah, if this is a full sale, prepare for fucking community uprising. If this is a full sale, it's not gonna be good. The packs which are on sale are like 10%, 20% off.
Yeah.
So like a £32 pack, which I think is a $40 pack, is on sale from like £32 to $25. So do convert, and none of the good things people want, L44, 120 terms, none of those are on sale. But I think that could change when they announce it. But this is very similar to the Christmas sale last year, because the only thing I think went 50% off was the T29 and those kind of like mid tier packs.
And the MiG 17AS went half off then because I bought it then. So.
Yep.
Fair enough.
And I might be tripping, but I think the IS6 did too. But
nothing is on. That's not on sale. I'll back up the game right now. I'll check because nothing good is on sale for me right now. So this is the actual full sale.
No GE.
No. So right now there's no premium discount for time. But obviously this might change. Right now there's no premium account time on discount. The only noteworthy packs are on discount I see is the Wyvern. That's like £5 off. So it's basically full price. All the starter packs are like 1/3 off, if that.
Yeah, if that launches like on PC, people are gonna be pissed.
Yeah, the only half price thing I can see is the Vitor and the V91. That's the only half price things I see.
Normally the console sales are worse though, aren't they, than like the PC sales? You guys have a lot more limited stuff.
Yeah, we don't get the huge discounts, but all the packs normally go half price. But it's because there's a big like PlayStation Winter discount, so I think this is different to the actual War Thunder sale though.
Okay.
So, but if this is a full sale, oh my god, it's gonna be horrible. The Reddit posts are gonna get even worse.
Do you guys have any feelings on the Yak 38 and the A4E?
Which A4E?
The squadron vehicle.
I have a lot of distaste for that vehicle. I've complained about that vehicle every Fireside. It's taking out the game.
Slightly better A4B.
What about an
I had a
ARB?
lot of fun of A4B.
It's great at grinding an ARB if you want to turn your brain off, and just hit bases and then go back to the airfield and then do that 50 times. It'll research jets really quick, but you won't have any fun. So if you want to use it as like a grinder, you can do. It's not bad. It's not a dogfighter. Like you'll get eaten alive. How are you doing, DD? Then, like, what's on your mind today?
If the sales are coming, I plan on getting me 2 talismans for the SU-17 and the MiG-27, respectively.
The SU-17 and the what? Sorry,
the MiG-27.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, basically SU-17 because of that air spawn and the weapons load it carries at top tier. I think it's in a very good position to yeet and skeet. The MiG-27 because of that devastating 30mm rotary. Oof. That thing rips. I did a head-on with a A7, and he had the dual 30s with a 20. And yeah. The single 30 was definitely more lethal than that 3 weapons on his aircraft. And supersonic, I mean, it's kind of nice, running away from people and can't catch you.
I'm kind of interested to see how that new MiG-23 does as well.
About that, apparently. Somebody told me that is the last modification of the MiG-23.
Technically, yeah, it is. Yeah, like it's not. It's like the most modern one. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's the latest version.
The latest, yeah.
So potentially, I don't know. Foxbat. Hello.
Well, the MiG-25. That one.
I would like to see it. Well, that's just my general preference.
I'd like it as a hangar decoration. I don't know. I don't know how well it'd do in actual games.
Yeah. It's,
hey, Dad, all nice to see you, man.
It's not gonna turn.
You're gonna have to hope for like 100-kilometer maps
Yeah.
Which are just straight. Nothing else.
I don't think our fuel is gonna take us back to base. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a
one-way
flying fuel
trip.
tank. Yeah, it's got 2 in ICBM rocket engines at the back. Oh, that thing would be neat. But then, stuff like the F-14 and that stuff just becomes ultra modern, and I don't know. Probably be looking like DCS more than War Thunder.
Yeah, we're getting into that era, aren't we? Where we're just gonna be a little bit more arcadey DCS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my mate was playing Simulated with the MiG-23, and the radar can tell you friend or foe. And so what he does is he uses the long-range missiles, gets up to altitude, and just whacks people.
Yeah.
I was like, that's kind of DCS, eh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But I do still enjoy my low tier 5.7, actually. Germany 5.7 or Britain 5.7. Those comets really do damage at that BR with a Sabo. I mean, if you know how to use Sabo, because there's also a wrong way of using Sabo.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so
I enjoy like mid tiers a lot. I'm like at high. I suppose I'm at like high tiers now, but I'm not breaking into like the top tiers, at least for aviation. For ground, I've been there for a while, but I kind of like where I'm at in like that 8.0, 9.0 area for aviation.
It's good for strategizing, and it's not the same old routine, rush, get shot, die, rush, get shot, die.
Yeah, exactly.
At least you can. Yeah.
Speaking of which, does anyone want to play?
I'm good right now.
Creak. Yeah, anyway, what do you think of Israel coming, TEC? What is your personal opinion?
Rather it be a subtree.
Okay.
I don't think it should be its own independent tree. My main issue right now with it is I don't think they have enough vehicles to form lineups. Whether we're talking air arcade or ground arcade or realistic. So I don't know. I have no faith that that tree is going to be fun in any way when the ground comes out. Aviation, for me, it will be fine because I play a realistic, right? So I only need one vehicle. But once ground comes around, I'm worried that we're gonna have basically what Sweden and France was, but a worse Sweden and France, where you have like one vehicle and then like that's it, and then you've got 2 shit vehicles that you're trying to bring along with it.
Yeah, I can't imagine Israel's navy, eh? I really can't, like in game at least. True. But okay, I mean everybody gets a chance. At least give them one, see what happens, basically.
Oh, true.
Can't kill the duck before it's hatched.
Israel's navy.
It's nearly as bad as Swedish helicopters.
Do you guys have any thoughts on the on Israel starting at rank 4, at least for air?
Well, it's starting at rank 3, I think. I'm not sure about rank 4, but I don't know how they're gonna do it. Like, if they're gonna do like you kind of have to like, I don't know, grind into it or something, or if it's just gonna start there. If they do that, it opens up a ton of other countries to be added to the game. If they want to do them like independently.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting because like Israel, I don't think really has much they could fit at rank 3. I know the Spitfire is going at rank 4.
Is it?
It is, yeah. Devblog. And, well, from what I've seen, it may have been updated, but I'm pretty sure Spitfire's rank 4 and Skyhawk is rank 6.
It couldn't be rank 3 because rank for the high, like most rank 3 BR premiums are like 3.7. So if a 5.7 premium being a rank 3 would be potentially the worst deal in War Thunder history.
What Spitfire model is it?
It's the LF
Worst
Mark
trade
9.
deal in the history of trade deals ever.
LF Mark 9? The Mark 9 is rank 3 at 4.3, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It's 5.7 though. It's 5.7, so I mean...
I'll see if I can find my dev server video on it. Just to check, because I'm pretty sure it was rank 3.
Fun fact, the Israelis used Mom and Eddingtons.
Oh, did they? That's cool.
Yeah, so they could.
Do you know what they use them with, or like armament-wise?
I'm not a professional on that, but I do think they did retrofit some of them with their own indigenous weapon systems. It was just makeshift for a military that wasn't there, basically. Like, hey, what you selling? We'll take it. What is it? So let me just do a quick.
Japan has a 5.3 rank 3, and that's in the main tech tree.
Yeah, no, but it's Japan. The tech tree is like kind of scuffed.
Like, yeah, it is
that
Japan.
Is fair. I won't argue that.
They've got 2 like end of the lines at rank 4.
Oh yeah, so the Spitfire LF Mark 90 was rank 4, battle rating 5.7.
Yeah.
So that's what it was on the dev server.
Oh, there you go.
The one in the well, there's 3 LF Mark 9s in the British tech tree, spanning from 4.3 to 5.7, and one that's 5.7 is rank 4.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so the
I was looking at the wrong ones. Yeah.
That's why I think it's going to start at rank 3 though, because normally you don't get rank 1 premiums as like pre-orders. You get like rank 2 ones. Like
That'll be interesting.
Leoncello and stuff like that.
That'll be interesting to see, because I don't think Israel has really much they could add for rank 3. Like, I know the tech tree is going to be sparse anyway, but...
I mean, one thing that we're always forgetting, and I wish we wouldn't, is ranks are completely arbitrary in this game.
And same thing with battle rating.
They could start it at rank 1, 5.7 if they wanted. So, like,
I mean,
but they
look
won't.
at the helicopter trees as an example for that. Helicopter trees start up at 8.0, 8.3. You could even say the same thing for the Blue Water Fleets. They're rank 1, but they start at 3.7.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I don't know.
3.3 if you're counting Russia.
It'll be interesting to see, because a bunch of people sent me like basically fan-made tech trees, which are always fun. And let's just see. So yeah, their rank fees would be an LF Mark 90, which is already a rank 4. Then the Bowfighter TF, which is not great, Mark 10.
Bowfighter is the only thing I can see being rank 3, on top of like a Mosquito.
Hey Samran, nice to see you. We're chilling.
Any thoughts on the Yak 38? I was thinking about getting it for when the sale comes around.
The premium one?
Yeah. I do have higher than that tech tree.
I haven't played the premium, but I've recently started the standard one. And those R60s are ridiculously good. But you only get them and nothing else on the premium one. So
can't you get the R60s and the gun pods on the premium?
No, only the standard one.
You get R60s and 32 S5
I think you got it backwards.
Kilograms.
Nope.
I'm looking at it right now.
I played the thing yesterday. What about adding thermobaric bombs?
Secondary. No, you can carry R60s with the gun pods on the Yak 38M.
Yeah,
and on the
the tech tree one.
Yeah, the standard one.
Oh, you're talking about buying the standard one.
No, I'm talking about buying the premium one.
Premium doesn't have that.
The premium only has access to just R60s or guns.
Okay.
Yeah, so
well,
if you
other stuff too, but yeah.
R60s are super good. Like if you really like, they're really good. They'll guarantee you 2 kills if you know how to use them. And then you get the KH-23Ms, which are really good in ground, but you're pretty limited apart from that. I think
Okay.
if you want a passive grinder, which is brain dead to use, the SU7 BMK is the way to go. But if you want something which you can actually fight with, kind of, even though you can't really fight with it, it's the X38.
What about the MiG-17 AS?
It's 9.0 nowadays, right?
Yeah.
it's sitting at 9.0 with our 3Ss.
I'd probably say no to that. Gets
It's the
up-tiered
same.
a lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I already have it, and yeah, I agree with you. It does get up to it a bit.
And
So
coming from
Tech-
someone who suffers with the MiG-21.
It was the Malman Eddington Mark IV, and it housed the 6-pounder gun, and then some of them also had the turret removed and installed a Vickers 75mm. However, that was a howitzer.
That's pretty cool.
So yeah, just a couple of suggestions, I would say, or theories around what could come to low tier Israeli tech.
Yeah, I think in ground they'll be fine. It's just the aviation stuff is a bit rough.
Overture.
Taking a quick Google search shows it's mainly just, haha, we bought your planes, and we bought your planes, and we bought your planes. Like, they're getting BF-109s, possibly, because they bought some.
Oh, yeah, they're the Czech ones.
Yeah.
They're technically not BF-109s.
They're
the
license built,
they're
but
license
not
built
named
ones,
BF-109s.
but with HU-111 engines.
Huh.
Because why not?
HU-111.
Yeah, the bomber.
The H6, H16 doesn't matter, I guess. Probably not.
It would be the late war ones, but yeah, that's the difference for them.
Huh.
So super weird, odd
That is
vehicles.
weird.
That is amazing.
It's neat, like nifty idea. Yeah. Look at these bombers that are useless. Take the engines, make planes.
Is it entirely possible that from the massive leak list, the Roland's USA NT-Air is actually going to be an Israeli vehicle?
Which one?
Because the USA Roland system, the SAM launcher from the massive leak list a while ago, it was listed under the USA. Same with the T55E1, the version of the stabilizer and like the autoloader. Is it possible they're going to be Israeli vehicles?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no. At least the American one was not used by Israel. It was just a one-off prototype.
Oh, okay. Because there's a lot of. I think this next update in December is going to be absolutely massive because we're going to get. I think we're going to get a lot of modern vehicles. Obviously, we're probably going to get the Puma. We'll get those vehicles, that Roland SAM launcher. We possibly could get Japanese MBT.
We're gonna get the Puma.
I think so because it's the massive leak list. It would make sense.
Well,
The Puma.
That stuff could come next year.
Like the German IFV?
Yeah, the German IFV. And we'll also give it Israeli tech tree as well, so although we've got more of it. So probably looking forward to another giant update during the winter, during Operation Winter. So in basically another month we're gonna get a massive update as well. And it's gonna be I don't know how you keep up tech. It is actually ridiculous at this point. Like last month was the last update, like I don't know how much Steve again, but it's definitely not enough. It's actually insane.
I'm doing alright. I took that break at the start of the month. I had like 3 days off. It was great.
3 days?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It was fantastic. I'm gonna, at least for me, like between Christmas and New Year's, I'm pretty much just gonna disappear off the face of the planet. So that's gonna be my time to relax.
You're gonna leave us?
I am definitely for a week.
Oh, Papa
Oh,
Tech,
no.
don't leave us. Whatever.
Oh,
As long as you
Jesus.
come back with milk, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. But yeah, like I mean, they can normally the December update isn't huge. This one normally, and then the
Wait
one
a
before
minute.
it's normally the big ones.
I
Cat, how are
one before the
How are you
December
gonna
update
leave
that
us
was
if
slower.
Operation Winter is gonna happen then?
I don't know. I'll figure it.
I'm hoping that
You'll miss event
they
vehicles.
Or I might take January off, one or two. We'll see.
I'm hoping that they add Israel kind of at the end of the year and free up kind of, the spring or early summer for maybe a new nation or another major update, because, when you have this
What new
nation, it's not going to really be a major nation. Like Israel, it's going to be cool. Personally, I'm not going to play it because I just have, the stigma against Israel at the moment. But I like their vehicles. They're a bit interesting, but I hope they don't stretch it out and, they release the aircraft early spring, and then in the summer they release the ground forces, and then fully release them in December.
Well, the way they did Sweden, right, is they did aviation at Christmas, and then the next update was ground.
Yeah, I remember I was playing when I first got the Swedish. I think it's like I got early access to it because I bought the Sav. I first went in and all you saw was Sweden versus Sweden. It was like a Swedish civil war, and then the odd time you'd get put into a normal game. So I'm hoping something like that doesn't happen, because it does take away from the general matchmaking. You go when you go to play like a 1-9 at 3-7, you can't, because everyone's trying to play the new Swedish tech tree. So it kind of takes away from the general everyone else playing.
What do you guys think about I think it was called the Para. I'll dig it up if it's not. It was a Israeli tank destroyer that looked like a Magak, and it had a painted on barrel.
The fake barrel one that has like the rocket system on the back of it.
Yeah, ATGM carrier in the back of the turret.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that's gonna turn out something like the ones where they have like the rocket pod that's up on top. It's like a long range tank to like ATGM carrier. Then when you get into close range, it's like, oh no, I can't do anything.
It's all fun and games till we get the Strela 10 S8, I think. That's definitely going to be interesting. It was I think it was Ukrainian, but it used the hull of an MTLB, but it replaced, well, nothing with a turret with 2 rocket pods for, I think, S8K rockets, the same kind on Heinz.
That's pretty fun.
One thing I'd wish that they'd do is remove the Sneb rockets off the LOS for Germany. Because it's horrible. They are the most useless thing in the game. You can't even kill an open top with it. Your machine guns have more penetration than the rockets.
Even if they're useless?
Yeah, like I remember I gave up grinding out the LOS because like there'd be times where you couldn't get enough spawn points for your helicopter, and then you'd have to spawn in it and kill yourself, and then sometimes you'd end up on like a crew lock for a few minutes.
The Alouette,
the German one. But then when I was looking at the French one today, or was it yesterday? Because
right?
Yeah, be that one.
I don't know. Those AS-11 missiles do pretty good in my opinion.
No, it's the Snebs. Those little shitty rockets. They're like pencils.
The Alouette 2 does not get Snebs.
No, the French helicopters, they don't get the Snebs at all. They only get the AS-11s. So I'm like, why does the German one have them?
But
if they're...
I'm looking at it. I don't see Snebs.
You sure?
The French was
Yeah.
They removed them?
313B Alouette 2.
No, on the German.
That's
the Alouette is in like the helicopter?
Yeah, the helicopter.
That's
Or the
like the first one, the starter heli, or
it's got 4 AS-11s.
I'll be right back.
They removed the
while
Snebs.
they work this out.
That must have been a while ago because I've had the Alouette 2 for a while.
I'm gonna have to go check it after this match because I could swear that the Snebs are still on the German Alouette.
I'll check after this too. They're unguided rockets, right?
Yeah,
there's no
they're.
snabs. I'm just checking.
There's no snabs.
No snabs, just ASs.
Oh my god, I'm gonna actually try and grind out German helicopters now. Oh,
man,
hello.
tripping.
Sorry, I just got jump scared by a Leopard 2K.
That happens.
What
Oh, no, it's a
VR?
It's a QF40.
I don't like playing high tier German or high tier because Germany scares me. Same with Russia.
What
I'm,
VR
I'm,
are you
in a-
playing?
I'm playing with the EBR. I'm currently grinding out the French tech tree, and I'm on Berlin, and I look around the corner, and some QF40 just comes around the corner.
I forgot what BR that is.
It's 7-0.
7-0. Okay. You
Yeah,
mind if I
it
join?
wasn't. I'm kind of
With
just
Russia?
running around. I'm just running around with an EBR, like a headless chicken.
Okay. It'd be less depressing than playing with myself.
Oh, I'm playing with myself.
Well, yeah, but you could play with me, and that would probably be less depressing too.
Don't phrase it like that.
Oh, they removed the snabs. Oh my, I'm happy now.
Have they figured it out yet?
Well, a question for all you guys. What do you all guys think about the battle pass? Because I think this is the best battle pass since the first one.
Oh, I don't like it.
Nope.
It do be a battle pass though.
The
It's a
first one was
battle
the
pass.
best.
I think the vehicles are unique.
I want the
want
PT-76.
They're unique, but
Unique
They're
is a nice
unique.
way to put it.
I think the PT-76 is it seems a lot like the big light panzer just without a rocket.
Gonna be okay.
His gun's very, very good though, and
Its
I
gun
was
is
trying
Oh
to.
yeah, that is.
The rapid fire.
Piloto
57.
ASU 57.
Essentially.
Is
But
that,
it's
yeah,
7-0.
literally.
But
Yeah,
that's
it actually
gun,
works as a
screw
pretty
that guy.
solid AA.
I tried shooting down a bomb road earlier on the test range, and it one taps everything.
Yeah.
Being rank 4 is a problem though, because it can only really grind out rank 5, and rank 5 is not big for like Russia. Obviously, it's kind of small. You know, that's the
Yeah, I
problem
wish,
I'd
I
see with it.
wish the top tier premiums could go up to like at least rank 6. Because even looking at the French, they only have 4 vehicles in rank 5, I think it is.
Yeah, because like
13,
I'm grinding out
30.
rank 6 right now of Russia using the T10A and the Object 120, and I get like 10 of premium. I get like 10k up here game. It's ridiculous.
Is the Object 120 worth it?
Yes and no.
120.
Like it's taken me like a long time. I bought it literally a year ago today in the sales, and it took me like a long time to get used to it. But like it's so map dependent. It's very map dependent. Because there's some
Okay.
maps where you can get like at least 4 guaranteed kills. Well, there's some maps where it's like Ryan, bounce the Ryan, it's just GG, you lose.
The 120 used to have thermals, didn't it?
I don't think so, but
I swear it
it
did.
came out a long time
NVD,
ago.
yeah.
The what?
Yeah, it
Sure,
has
it has
MVDs. Sure, Tech would know.
The what?
NVDs, but I don't think thermals.
The Object
no.
120, the 7.3 that
No,
got down
not
tier
that
like a
thermals.
couple patches
I
ago.
don't
And
think
everybody
so.
pissed off about it.
I do gotta say, currently the most broken map, I think, in my opinion, for the EBR is the Battle of Hurricane Forest, because if you get the spawn on the left, all you need to do is go into that tree line to the right, and you have a clear shot of the entire enemy team. Like I just hop into games, and there's like 4 or 5 king tigers just sitting there, and you just shoot them in the side, and it's free kills.
Forgot
But
who was
then
it?
yesterday I was playing, and I came across the most oblivious BMP ever, and it was quite funny. I was just sitting there. I heard his little
I'm a bit
revving
tired,
of his
Hudson.
engine. Go over. I shoot at him, missed twice. He starts moving. Doesn't look over towards me. I lost him for a minute, so I was like, okay. Killed 1 or 2 tanks. Carried on my day. Then I bumped into him. I fired my machine guns at him. He didn't respond, so I shot out his missile gun. Did not react to me at all. And then I shot him, and then he started cursing at me in fucking game chat because he thought I was hacking.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair point. Fair point.
And then he tried come chasing me in his ZSU like 37 or something, and shot him again because I ran up beside him. And yeah, no, definitely the most oblivious person I've ever come across in War Thunder. I thought he was a bot, to be honest.
Maybe he was just a little bit special.
I mean, it was a console player, but I'm also a console player.
Was it
so-
was it
Oh,
a German?
okay, yeah.
Was it a
Like
German?
that.
Fair point.
Was it a
No,
German?
it was
BMP?
Russian. It was.
Oh, that's a
it was
surprise.
Russian. Oh no, German BMPs are everywhere. Like it's just like a duck shoot.
If you really want to see some truly special players, low tier Germany arcade. I know arcade's a war crime, but they're clueless.
No, that like
Arcade's
if you get a 500% boost, Silverline booster on the Sav 2012, and you go to 3.7, you just club everyone. And you can come out with like 300, 400,000 Silverlines.
Speaking of SL, I just activated a booster, and who was it who was playing 7-0?
I am.
You mind if I join?
No, I'm already in the game.
I'll wait.
I just running around. I have a single tank, and I leave the match as soon as I die, and I move on to the next match.
Same.
I love it, man.
Oh, hey, look, a mindless murder. He's dead.
Question check.
Yes.
In terms of progression for tanks and stuff like that they've added to the game, I know they got a lot of more modern stuff like modern Leos and the whole 9 yards, but how crazy and far do you think they'll take it before they run out of stuff they think they can add and have to start adding older stuff again?
I mean, they're pretty much there, right? Like,
yeah, because they got 2017 kits on Russian tanks. They got the greatest and latest Abrams. They got Germany's crazy 2A6. You got Britain.
Well, they have a few more like variants of the vehicles, but if they were to release them, the armor dimensions and all that would be completely off. It would be guessing at that point.
Well, yeah, but everything
because
from
as well
pretty much the M1 Abrams and newer, or even like the XM and the MBT 70s, technically are just guesstimates. They can't really get that info unless they got inside people.
Yeah, the same with what was it? I think it's the Leopard 2A7. Its ammunition is non-combustible now, so you can't ammo wrap them anymore.
But some nations are already burnt out of vehicles. Like they don't have anything left. Like Italy, for example, there's nothing after the Ariete. Like they don't have anything. So we're already at that point for some nations, and if they just keep adding top tier MBTs, I'm guessing 2 years. But,
well, you also got to think we're using right now pretty modern tanks, but Cold War era jets. So there's more that they can do with jets than with tanks.
Yeah, but I doubt they're going to go that crazy with the jets, because after all, you'd have to have the BR probably in the 20s for some of the stupid tech we got these days.
Yeah, you don't want you don't want that like cliff of an F-14 jumping down on top of a Zero.
F4E.
You definitely need bigger maps for that kind of stuff.
Well, I wouldn't
like
say you need
128
bigger maps, because even
you need bigger maps.
Even more modern jets don't get much faster than let's say a Phantom or even the faster Russian
That's not
jets,
the problem.
the MiG-27.
It's the missile range, because as soon as you take off. Well, I mean that's even in the current.
You can
isn't it
nerf
like with
missile
the
range,
MiG-21s?
To make
yeah, but then you'd have people.
Yeah,
saying,
but nobody
Donny
wants to
B,
do that.
nice to see you.
Yeah.
DCS.
I got a question for Tag.
Hello.
Oh, well, what do you think about adding like kind of almost sort of like paper vehicles into the game now? Like the others saying, we're kind of like running dry on what we've got, and like paper vehicles in the form of like things like the Kugel Blitz. Like I know it's not very paper, but still, like what do you think of that? Fleshing out the tech trees, I might need paper vehicles.
Nah, I'm good.
No paper vehicles then.
No, I don't like paper vehicles. Like
Tech's just like, how about no?
The problem with them is that you can mold the stats to the vehicle, and no matter what they put it as, people are going to be really annoyed.
Yeah.
Whether they make it as realistically as possible or not. And also, there's a reason why a lot of those things are paper. It's not just because, what's the word? It's not just because of like lack of resources or anything like that. A lot of it is down to impracticality. And you don't want vehicles put in game which are massively impractical or wouldn't work. Like we talked about it earlier, right? Like the Krangwagen, if any of you were listening.
Yeah.
Like the Krangwagen is a vehicle, that on paper was insane, which is why everybody wants to see it. But if you actually made anything like that in practice, it would have been nowhere near that. Like there's a ton of vehicles which on paper are supposed to do certain things, and then they're built, and then they're completely different vehicles. Which is, I don't want to bridge that barrier because of that.
Like,
what was up? Russian land ship or German land ship?
Just to add on to what TEC said, there's still so many vehicles what I can add.
But even like if they were to add paper vehicles, you could literally make an entire Irish tech tree, and I'm not joking. There's a company called Timony, and they're really gone down, and they had, I think it was over 150 vehicle designs of tracked and wheeled vehicles. Currently, all of those designs are stored in military archives that no one can see. So, you know, like there's very little public information on them. So, like, paper vehicles, yeah, cool. But you know, it's like when you put that up against something that was in real life, you can fluff the stats. But as well, if it turns into something like the R3 where they have to massively nerf it because people, you know, they found out how good it was, and you know they figured out how to play it well, they could nerf it into oblivion because, well, no one can say that they're wrong.
But you'll have a lot of angry people who will never show up.
Yeah.
And do you want to have them? Or you could just
I
not
think
have them.
the furthest they should go with paper vehicles is if something of the sort actually existed and it was tested. If it was literally just some crazy drunk German in 1945 decided to draw up like the super mouse, and you know it kind of gets to the point where I was looking into World of Tanks. I don't even think half those vehicles exist in the real world.
Well, tanks. This is horrible. I see like thumbnails sometimes. It's just like something a child has drawn.
Well, that's the thing, right? So how once again,
that's why I play Armored Warfare like a big boy.
The example of the Krangvan, that thing had a chassis. It was tested, but it didn't have the turret. It didn't have the gun. None of that stuff was tested. So would that fit that criteria? Because the main features of the thing were never actually tested, but the chassis was made and nothing was ever done with it.
Yeah, like I was listening into that earlier and I looked into it and I posted a picture of it. The only picture of it in the museum is literally the hull.
Chassis.
And then they have a picture of the turret on the top of it.
Yeah, and that's the fake, like, that's the mock-up they made. Yeah, because they never built any turrets or guns for it.
I just thought it was quite funny. It's like they lost the turret to it, but hey, we'll just slap a picture of it on it.
The funding for that project dried up because they were busy with the French because of the oscillating turret.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a failure. That was a failed project.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw like the Kranvagn. I thought it looks a lot like the AMX-50, like the Surbias.
It's the complexity of the turret that killed the project.
Yeah.
And the impossibility of fitting an autoloader in that space. Yeah.
And the fact they didn't need it.
You said earlier it's like 150mm with a 2-second reload. Right, you'd be blowing up the entire. You blow up the entire inside of that.
Yeah, there was three different turret designs with 3 different size guns. Mm-hmm. And they were going for the bigger on paper. Let's keep saying that. They were going to go for the biggest one eventually.
1 round bolt equals no more tank. Like, come on.
I mean, if it was developed with its statistics that they mentioned, it would be a really mean machine to be facing.
Yeah,
especially on sloped angles.
Add it to the game, give it like a 60k repair cost.
20 degrees ago.
100k repair, really punish the people for playing it.
Yeah, but if you got a smart person playing it, he wouldn't care because he wouldn't die.
Let's get bombs.
Nice.
PE8, there we go. Fix the problem.
I think
Yeah.
I actually know the vehicle you guys were talking about because they introduced it into
The Panther
World of
2
Tanks, like, a year
chassis was
before I left
built,
that
but
game.
never put
They
together.
still have it in World of Tanks. The Emil 1.
yeah.
Emil
The one
2,
we
and
have in
Crown
game is
But
fake
most of
because the
Japanese heavy
turret
tanks
is wrong.
doing a World of Tanks.
Why?
It should have a different turret and the 75.
They've got the Chinese heavy tank, the OZ-111, which I think should be in War Thunder. It's like a 8.0 premium.
It's basically just a Chinese IS-3, isn't it?
It's just a Chinese IS-3, but of like a stabilizer, you know, good and like a thermonuclear protection and stuff.
I just have to say this. World of Tanks puts FT the end of the tank names, so that everybody knows it's a fake tank. So I'm just letting you guys.
Do they?
Yeah, that would be kind of nice. I'd actually like it if they
Chinese
did something
tank
like that.
destroyers have the abbreviations FT at the end of the
fair
name.
enough.
I mean, to be fair, they could probably add paper vehicles, but it would have to be in its own restricted game mode.
In my opinion, I don't think that would be bad.
Or even just as event vehicles, you know, like
there are some
the April
serious
Fools.
historians. There are some serious historians who play this game. I don't think they would be happy with that.
Some serious keyboard warriors, yeah.
I would
Isn't
stop
it
playing
just-
if they decided to go down that route.
Like they saw, like, if you look at it, the Leclerc and the Challenger 2 have both had, you know, major security breaches.
Yeah.
You know,
But I mean,
if
come on,
you
there's so
start
many
fluffing
vehicles.
stats, there's going to be people who, you know, there's going to be one of these little prototype vehicles, and it's going to turn out and it'd be like, oh, well, shit, that was actually classified. That's not supposed to be out. And then, you know, Gaijin ends up in another 24-hour phone call.
Didn't Armor have a problem with a jet getting leaked?
Yeah.
I think it was Armor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure specifics, but it was something to do with a jet, like a new jet getting leaked onto the game, and like they had like a bunch of their stuff seized by the US government, or one of the governments, something.
You talking about the DCS thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was Armor or something.
Yeah, it was DCS, it was an F-16.
Yeah, there you go.
The armor guys got jailed because they thought they were taking pictures of army bases in Greece or something.
What was it? Did you guys see?
It was somewhere over there.
You guys see, actually, just on the top of like Arma, there's this Indian and Pakistani news channel that uses Arma footage to try and blame each other.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's this Arma, not Arma, sorry, there's this Indian and Pakistani news channel that tries to blame each other, that they keep on attacking each other, like they keep on trying to provoke war using Arma tree footage.
Oh,
seriously?
Yeah, there is. There's genuine news broadcasts of them blatantly using Arma tree footage, and then they tried saying that the Indians had blown up like half a Kabul during the Afghanistan airlift there.
I guess you could say it's a war with
some
words.
mad stuff.
That's crazy.
Funny.
I think I saw the article and I was like, what? And it's like, why is this even happening? And then
Alright.
yeah, no, it's just mad.
You watch Indian news channels?
No, I saw it came up on like it was an article on RTE, and it was like how, you know, these news companies are using like video games to incite violence.
Goddamn.
And it was like, I think it was the Vietnamese government or something, some Vietnamese agency tried using, I don't know what game it was, but it was some really like PS2 styled game.
Yeah.
And they tried saying it was like footage captured off of a body cam, and you could clearly see a guy got launched into the air. Like, come on.
Alright. I think I am done for the day, because we're going to have to get up early for this update. So, I'd like to say thank you all for coming on. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Tech.
Always a pleasure, man.
Red for
Next
400.
week we'll have a proper full one, so we'll get everybody in.
Oh, you know, next week there's definitely going to be some like people are
not
going to be
next week. Sorry,
very angry.
week after.
Oh, yeah,
next
that.
week. Yeah,
people are going to be getting mad at like,
I'll
oh yeah,
tell you all about my
groundbreaking.
sandcastles.
Sandcastle. Oh, true. Yeah. Gonna have some building. Can't wait for the pictures.
You doing some of that stuff this weekend?
Oh, we'll see. Yeah, there's some unannounced stuff that's going on this weekend, so we'll see if we can fit everything in.
Alright.
Thank you, Tech. Have a good day, guys. Have a good day, all of you.
Guys.
See you later, guys.
Take care, Tech. Bye. I was happy to make another one.
There we go. All right, guys. We are done for the day.